Oh, is that what you took for? No, there should be one for me. For me, right?
I hit yours.
I'm going home. I'm going home. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call tonight's meeting to order. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call tonight's meeting to order. Tonight's meeting has been advertised according to New Jersey State Sunshine Law. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Here.
Mr. Gelli.
Here.
Mr. Halverson.
Here.
Mr. Lakewood. Mr. Naftali.
Here.
Mr. Ribbiat.
Here.
Mr. Ingber.
Here.
Mr. Gross.
Here.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Mr. Halverson.
Here. I see Mr. Langley is not here tonight. I'll be seating. Who wants to sit on tonight? You or Moishing will be sitting on tonight for tonight's meeting. I'd like to ask everyone to please rise, salute to the flag. Opie.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. What do we have over here? Can I have approval for the minutes of July 3rd meeting?
April 3rd.
I'm sorry, April 3rd.
Move it.
I have a motion from Obi. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mayor Gelli. Madam Secretary, roll call.
Mr. Gelli.
Yes.
Mr. Naftali.
Yes.
Mr. Ribbiat.
Yes.
Mr. Ingber.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. Halverson.
Yes. Okay. We're going to the correspondence. Can I have, Madam Secretary, the correspondence for appeal number 3984, Moshe Nyman?
1 minute. I have a letter from Mr. Gazarovski, correspondence for appeal number 4010, Congregation Mayor Sinosa, 419 Fifth Street.
Yes.
They have to carry that.
Chairman, this has come up a few times in the past. This is one where Mr. Gazarovski, on behalf of one of the property owners, is asking us to interpret a resolution from 72, I think.
1972,
I told him we
correct.
won't do that.
Correct.
And in the meantime, it's still in litigation. The issue between the two property owners is, I think, an easement in terms of parking. And they're still in litigation before Judge Hodgson. And that's supposed to come back, I think, next month. So that might resolve the issue. For all kinds of reasons. And Mr. Gazarovski, who has provided notice to everybody to be here tonight, has requested that it be adjourned until April 11th at 7 p.m. I have no problem with that. If we need it all.
September.
I'm sorry, what is it?
September.
September 11th, yeah.
Yeah, he wants to give it as much time as he can to
So,
resolve the report.
So I would recommend that you agree to carry it to September 11th. He has provided notice to everybody. There will not be a need for a new notice. If anybody's here tonight, it'll be heard on September 11th. But I've already told him in writing that we're not going to do what he wants us to do. We're not going to interpret the resolution as to what the zoning board meant 40, 50 years ago.
Right.
Right.
I saw some of it.
Fran was here, she could probably figure, you were still the secretary back then.
Right.
So,
Okay.
maybe we could vote on it to carry it until 9/11.
Why don't we just not hear it at all and not?
Well, I don't think we're gonna hear it, but in this, they did notice for it,
Okay.
so in case
Fine.
anybody's here tonight about it, they should know that it won't be heard tonight, it'll be heard on September 11th.
We got it. Okay, no, without notice, because,
They've already noticed.
they've already noticed the variance. Okay, so can I have a motion, everyone heard what Jerry had to say? Can we have a motion to carry, appeal number 3984?
No, 4010.
I'm sorry, 34, appeal number 4010, Congregation Morris Nelson, to, September 11th.
So many months, they don't have to be noticed. Wait a second, you're gonna forget.
Gentlemen, it's up to you. He asked that- If you want it to renotice, I'll tell him he's got to renotice.
He has to carry to August, we do not have a meeting in August.
So we're
They're
going to
hoping this
September.
is settled, so we went to September 11th.
Right, so you want to have a notice again?
It doesn't have to, there's no change to any property, there's no change to, there's no construction, it's just a question of who owns what. So,
Correct.
what do you need to do?
Whatever you guys want to do. I don't care about the notice, whoever's not here tonight, they all got notice, they're not here, there's nothing new going on.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Jerry, good question. What happens if by September the judge hasn't decided?
Let's decide, let's get to that point.
Yeah, we're
Worry
worried about
about it.
But I already told him that our zoning officer is not going to, and the zoning board It's not gonna interpret this resolution, you can do whatever you want, so what's, we're not gonna interpret what they meant 50 years ago. So,
Okay,
did you vote to carry it?
we're waiting for a motion.
I'll make a motion,
Motion to carry with renotice or without renotice?
no notice.
No notice necessary. Okay, so we're gonna carry it to September 11th, yard site, 9/11, Memorial Day. We'll have a.
I need a second on that.
Motion from Mayor Gelli, can I have a second? Second. Who was that?
Yeah.
Mr. Rubio. Madam Secretary,
Mr.
roll call,
Gelli.
please.
Yes.
Mr. Halverson.
Yes.
Mr. Naftali?
Yes.
Mr. Ribbiat?
Yes.
Mr. Inger? Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. Halverson.
Yes, okay, so
No
whoever's here for
further
appeal number 30, or whoever's here for appeal number 40, 10 Congregation Res Nelson, your application will be heard, September 11th,
No further notice.
2017, without any further notice. Okay, let's go back to the first correspondence, 3984, Moshe Nyman.
I think Brian Flannery is here for that.
Yes, I see a letter of Brian Flannery right in front of me.
Yes, the applicant's requesting a waiver on the number of parking spaces. This is an existing house. They're rebuilding the house a little bigger. The 2 parking spaces have served the family for all the years they've been in there. There's no other changes on the block. So they're respectfully requesting that. Mr. Nyman is here. He could answer any questions if the board has any questions.
Okay. This is a variance that we issued here at the time for a bigger,
It was side yard setback variance that was granted
Correct,
at
so why
that point.
didn't, at that time, we didn't ask for any parking, so why are we asking today for parking? We gave you one without parking at that time.
No, the plan shows parking.
The plan at that point showed parking.
Oh,
It
the
was-
plan at that point
Yeah,
showed
it
parking?
it was drawn by FWH. We drew it showing more parking without discussing with the applicant. When the applicant went for the building permit and the township engineer told him he needs to do 5 parking spaces for this house, he said, we don't need 5 parking spaces. And Jeff said, well, then you have to get a variance from the zoning board. And we're here.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. One second. Yes, Mr. Gelli.
Why did the planning board say these 5 spots?
The planning board didn't say it, the township engineer said it, and the ordinance goes by the number of bedrooms. So Mr. Nyman could have been creative in his plan and said, sitting room, playroom, study, all these things. He drew the plans up, the township engineer said,
At the end of the day, you, go ahead, you want to say something?
Sir, would you raise your right hand?
Sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth to help you God?
I affirm.
Could you give us your full name and spell your last?
Moshe, M-O-S-H-E, last name is Nyman, N-E-I-M-A-N.
Gentlemen, if I can try to cut to the chase, we approved this, I think in 16,
Right,
5 spaces.
5 or 4, whatever, okay.
5.
So,
5.
again, it was approved with 4 spots. We were living there up until now, and we're gonna be living there. There's no basement apartment, there's no entrance from the outside to get into the basement. We built it bigger because thankfully our kids got married, we have grandkids that come for the weekends or for holidays. The people on the block would rather not have 4 spots because then they lose a street spot. And they also said that they'd rather look at grass, not at a pavement. That's why we're here in front of the board today to say that our, we actually only had 1 spot in the driveway up until now, and now we're asking for 2. We don't need more than 2. When the kids get old enough to have a car and they usually end up getting married and leaving the house. So there's actually less people living in the house now than there
You
were
live in
before.
the house?
Yes.
Okay. Do you need more parking spaces?
No.
No, you don't. Any other cars besides you and your wife's?
I have my daughter that has a car, but she actually just got engaged and she's leaving
She's
and
moving
she's
the house.
moving out,
She's
yes.
going out. So you'd only have 2 cars and no basement apartment?
No basement apartment.
Okay. And if the kids come, is there enough room on the block for them to park?
So when they come for the
Ford Road
weekend or
or
for
wherever?
holidays,
On Kent Road?
they either go on Kent Road, they go on the school across the street on the weekends, on holidays. But usually they were able to fit in the block.
Okay. I have no problem with it. Anyone else?
You have a few questions.
Go ahead.
You mentioned that the neighbors were,
I don't think that.
no, sorry. You mentioned that you would be losing a spot if you had additional parking in the driveway. Could you explain that?
Yes, because the driveway lip would be bigger and they wouldn't be able to block our driveway and park there. So they're actually losing a on-street parking spot.
Okay, so the but they're also gaining 2 additional spots that won't be on the street. So it's a net gain of 1 for the street.
But we only have 2 cars, so it's really not.
I understand, but if you're just saying that you would be losing a spot.
Right.
Do you have your kids come, I mean, what, isn't that is it a cul-de-sac?
It's a cul-de-sac, yes.
So, I mean, what would happen, I mean, I understand there's been a lot of talk, lately about, just in general, the overcrowded parking situation. And it's not just for you and for what would happen to one neighbor, but it's also for emergency vehicles, ambulances, fire truck, garbage, all of these things. So my question to you is that, is that if the ordinance calls for 4, why don't you want to have 4? Why don't you want to be like everybody else? What is the extenuating circumstance? What's the hardship here that you should only have 2?
The hardship is because the front of our house is gonna be paved, and we're gonna lose a spot on the block.
And everybody who ever comes in front of the
It
zoning
just,
board
it
will
just,
have
it's
that
gonna
same
take
argument.
away the whole look of the block. It's not like a block that needs it. It doesn't need it.
And you don't need a hardship for this variance. This is a B variance where the benefits outweigh the detriments. And the benefits are to the neighborhood. It's a cul-de-sac. So the people on the cul-de-sac,
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, so help you God?
I do. Brian Flannery, Jackson, New Jersey, licensed professional engineer and professional planner. So,
Mr. Flannery,
Brian, you gotta talk in the mic.
Mr. Flannery, look, do you have your plot plan there? Can I ask you a
Yes.
question?
What's the side of the house here?
Right.
And it can't be paved along the side to have all parking? Why is it?
I'm looking at the proposed plot plan that was last
There's a
revised
tree
on
there.
February 13th. Do you have that? February 13th of 17?
yes,
All right. It says existing dwelling to be removed, and it says proposed dwelling. Is the house built yet?
It's in the middle of being built now.
So it's not, oh, you're not living there
It's an
yet?
addition,
No,
it's an addition.
it's a rebuild.
no, we knocked it down, we're
Mr. Flannery, what's on the left side of the house? Those slots? To me, they look like steps, but what is that?
I don't know.
See the slashes
There's
there?
nothing there.
There's nothing there. That would have been what was depicted on the plan was some sort of a walk to get to the back of the property. There's not steps there. Was that?
There's
was-
no
that was-
exterior.
There's no exterior entrance.
What you're seeing on that plan, if you notice, it's inside the building, and it's the faded old building that was taken down, and
Oh,
I don't know
right,
what
right.
was there.
There were steps going there then, but these
Yeah,
steps are removed.
that's what's shown on there. You can see the bold line is the edge of the house, and between the house and the property line, there's only contours indicating that it's going to be grass.
Okay.
And there's also one tree there that Sandy left us. There's one tree there that Sandy left us, and if we would have to put the 4 spots, then we would have to remove that tree as well.
And all the neighbors within 200 feet were noticed. And if the neighbors, who are the ones that will be impacted by this, felt that this was something that wasn't a good idea, then the neighbors would come and, when the chairman asks, they would express that opinion.
To me, it's very simple. He lives there, it's his own house.
Well, he doesn't necessarily have to live there forever. He could sell
But
the house.
there's no basement apartment either.
There's no entrance, there's no apartment, there's no way that they can go into the
He's
basement.
been living there for the last 15 years.
20 years.
Side by
One
side
at a
parking in the
one at a
driveway?
time.
What?
Is this side by side or stack parking in the driveway?
Side by side.
So what, is there a reason why the driveway can't go back another 8 feet? I mean, they can car.
So the first
No,
one I
they-
could move up a little bit.
Well, it can go back. It's not going to fit.
We could, actually, you know, I don't even want the second one, I just want, it's not side by side, it's gonna be stacked.
Well, you don't have 36 feet
It's
to
not
the building.
36 feet to the building?
Yeah.
Oh, no?
Okay, anyone else?
And this is a single-family house, right?
Single-family house.
Single-family house, has 2 driveways.
Yeah, but it has to do with the bedroom apartment, so it's his own house.
Well, and it used to be 2, and then the basements were rented out, and when the basements were rented out, there wasn't enough parking, and that's when Lakewood went to 4.
We never rented it, we never had any tenant in the basement, it was a single family, it was for 20 years a single family, and it's gonna
Okay.
remain a single
Okay.
family.
Do we have notice of the public on the correspondence?
Yes.
Okay, so if anyone from the public wants to be heard at 3984, please step up.
Oh,
Come on, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes. This problem with the parking over here is one of the major problems. I'm not talking about variances, I'm talking about parking, traffic. This problem with parking is all over Lakewood. And as you know, is this gentleman that is coming for this application was the chairman of the planning board. And not I'm against that he should get his, he did so much service for this town, he should get some kind of benefit and you should approve him.
No.
But from the other side, you have to understand that this parking problem is all over Lakewood, that this planning board approved these developments that you cannot move. Yeah, you're talking about when he provided already 4 parking per unit, and there's not enough parking.
Mr. Klein, we're talking about this application.
Yes,
Not-
and on this application, he's asking, you know why he's asking to get a parking waiver? He's asking because he claims that it's better to be green stuff over there than pavement. This argument could be made on every application. Every application could make this argument. We don't think that you should provide more parking. And he claims that he doesn't have the kids, he doesn't have 4 cars for his house. That's basically what he's claiming. Everybody could claim that. Somebody, his wife doesn't have license, could come in and claim, hey, I live in this house, my wife doesn't have license. If somebody doesn't have at all a car, he could claim I don't have a car. But the UDO, and so is the RSIS, when they're talking about parking, they don't talk about owners of the development that if they have cars or they don't have cars. This is the space of the unit, this is how many calculated bedrooms, and that's how much parking you have to provide. But you heard testimony over here from the engineer over here. Very interesting. He says we could get away with parking. We could have put an application that we don't have 5 bedrooms. We could call all the bedrooms something else, and we wouldn't have called it bedrooms, and therefore we wouldn't have been required to put in so much parking. And I think this is a thing that the zoning and planning board have to look into, because we have on the record now the engineer coming in and saying even if we have a RSIS rules standard and we have the UDO stating that you need 4 parkings, we could get around it with claiming that, oh, it's not bedrooms. We don't have bedrooms in this house. We don't have kids in the house, so we don't use it for bedrooms. We use it for exercise rooms and office space and all that. But one question that I have for Brian, he claims that the basement is not finished. I assume that he did construction in this house. Does the basement have entrance from the outside to the basement? Is there access?
Testimony is no, and it doesn't show on the plans either.
So there's not going to be any access from...
There's a patio door in the back that goes to the backyard, but there's no entrance.
No one can hear that, sir.
I will tell you what he's saying. He's saying it's a patio door and not an entrance. It's like before when we said that he's going to call bedrooms offices and exercise rooms. Now he calls it not an entrance, he's calling it patio. But anyways, I still think that he was a great chairman and he did a lot for this town, and you should give him some latitude and approve him. But the problem is still a problem for General and Lakewood.
That's not why I resigned, by the
Anyone in the public want to
way.
step up? Seeing none, we'll close the public. Can I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
I second it.
I have a motion from Mayor Gelli to approve just this appeal number 39.
Chairman, before you vote, I'm a little confused. Is there an outside door that gets you to the basement?
Well, there's like a patio, goes out to a patio in the back of the house, not on the side, and
Is the
it
answer
doesn't...
yes?
I'm sorry?
Is the answer, I don't want, don't have to
yes,
explain
there's a
it.
door from the basement that gets you to the outside. It's a patio door on the back of the house coming out of a walkout basement.
It's a walkout,
actually
it's a
a-
walkout.
You testified that there was no entrance?
There was no side entrance,
It
there's
was-
not a, yeah.
It was a misunderstanding of the question. So the question now is clearly answered, that if you're in the basement, and my understanding is there's a step up, because it's not flush to the outside, so you take one step up, there's a patio door that comes out at that level.
Why is there a need for that door?
So they can use their backyard. There's no sidewalk going around to the back. The board usually worries about that so that it's not getting rented out, there's not more
I can
people.
understand a patio door that's flush with the first floor, why does the patio door have to have?
It's
Property
flush, the
drops
property
off.
drops, it goes right out. When the kids are playing in the basement, it goes right out to we're flush. The back of the house goes directly
The property drops 8 feet from the
front
front
to the back.
to the back.
So it's a regular patio door,
It's a
which is like a
patio
double
door.
glass door, those type of
Exactly,
patio
those,
doors?
exactly,
Those porch doors, those
Porch.
patio
Yes.
slide-in doors?
yes.
So it's not even an entrance door?
It's not an entrance door, it's a patio door.
Got it. Okay. I had a, Jerry?
Yes,
Are
sir.
you okay?
Yes, sir, I'm done.
Okay. So we had a motion from Mr. Gelli, and we had a second from Obi. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Mr. Gelli,
Yes.
Mr. Halverson,
Yes.
Mr. Naftali,
Yes.
Ribbiat,
No.
Inger,
Yes.
Gonzalez,
Yes.
Halberstam.
Yes.
What about poor Mr. Gross? Oh, he's not voting.
No, he's not voting.
Thank you
Okay,
very
second
much.
that.
Have a good
Okay,
evening.
good night and good luck. Bye.
I was thinking of you.
Okay, moving forward, we're going to continue on appeal number 3952A, Lakewood Investments.
James Street, block 344, lot 1.01 and 1.02, Marshall Zone, preliminary and final major subdivision requesting for construction of duplex housing units. From Terry Gold, engineer planner, April 27, 2017. The applicant is requesting preliminary and final major subdivision approval to construct a major subdivision, including 8 duplex units. The use variance was granted in resolution number 3952. Variance relief is necessary for the proposed 10,000 square foot minimum duplex lot. Variance relief is necessary for the proposed lot width. Variance relief is necessary for side yard and combined side yard setback for each lot.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Adam Pfeffer, on behalf of the applicant. The board may recall, we were before this board last.
Can I push you for a second? I just wanted to say something. Jerry,
Yes.
on this application, we're only up to the vote because one of the publics didn't know didn't see on the record who the owner was.
That's right. And I thought-
And you're not presenting any new testimony?
Yes,
No, but I thought there was also a question about, you wanted to see the architecturals, which I think you brought, but
No, I-
somebody, the public already spoke.
The
Right, so we're
board,
not opening to the public again.
You're
We want to
correct.
make this before we move forward. Okay.
Correct.
We're up to a vote. Go ahead. Now you can see what you have to say.
there was a question from the board at the last hearing regarding the side yard setbacks. We had proposed 5 and 12, and the board said we might want to see a little bit more on that. So we went back, I believe the board recommended we make the units a little smaller, and we come back with 7 and 5. I have a plan just to show you that 7 and 5, and I believe, Jerry, your notes are usually better than mine. I think this will be A3, it was submitted to the board. I do just want to mark it as A3. If Mr. Stevens is still under oath, or do you want him to be sworn in again?
He's been sworn in the last meeting for this application.
So again, the only change that we were showing, and it's up to the board if you want it, is something you asked to see. Again, it wasn't decided if you were,
Yes.
They revised their plans.
Which plans did they revise?
That's what I'm-
What they showed in April. The minutes they
They-
opened to carry to revised plans, and the application is going to be submitted. They revised the plans.
to be clear, just to be clear, the board had made some comments in the last application that they would like, again, there was no vote, there was no testimony, it was some questions saying, could we get this to a larger side yard setback, to get it down to 7 and 5? Based
Correct.
Correct, so based
Correct.
upon that,
Correct.
we've submitted those notes. The board, we don't know if the board's gonna take that or not, we did submit it to the board in plenty of time, so to say that we revised our application is the same application.
One second. Jerry, they basically did what we asked them to do by making it 7 and 5. Is that called revised plans?
Yes, and I did,
Okay.
and I think I'm mistaken, since they are revised plans, I don't know if anybody's here from the public, but they should be allowed to briefly comment only on the revised plans.
And that is fine, the only change, and Bill could testify on it, we made the side yard setback down to 7 and 5.
Okay.
The application remained the same.
Fine, so we're up to the vote, except if we have some comments on board members or from the public.
That's right.
So I will
That
start
is
with the comments on board members. Anyone have any further comments on this application? What we discussed last time? We're up to the vote. Nobody. Anyone from the public?
It's 5 and 12, is that
Can I
what?
have a recommendation? Why don't you sit right there instead of going back and forth all the
That's
time?
what we're showing, is 7 and 5.
All right, so it's 5 on one side, 7 the other.
So you're still asking
Klein.
for?
Mr. Klein?
Yes,
You affirm to tell the whole truth?
yes, affirm. So you're still asking for variances, side yard variances for the units?
There's still a side yard setback requirement, violation of the line. Now it's 5 and 12. It's 5 and 7, total of 12.
Okay, so basically my statement is as follows. The previous plan, when he had it in the cul-de-sac, he didn't need any variances. And that was a safer application. This application, when you see as he has the sidewalks over here on the outside, and it's very good for the people that walking on the public, that are walking on the street, that they have sidewalks and it's compliance with the township code. But when kids are coming out of the house and they have to walk and they running through an access easement of a road, even though it's not a RSIS road, but the kids, you won't be able to tell them, hey, you can't walk out over there because there's no sidewalk. So technically, what you're doing is, we're doing it this way and not the other way of the cul-de-sac, and you wouldn't have had to do the setback variances that he's doing now, is basically giving a death sentence to the children that are going to live over there.
I'd like to object on the record. Again, we're reopening to talk about, we're talking about the side yard setback. The application was submitted before. This didn't change. The board indicated to us that it was, the plan was acceptable, except for the fact they were unhappy with the side yard setbacks. We came back, as we're showing. We're now gonna go back, if we're gonna go back and do the whole application, so we have to start all over. This is, we came back to do exactly what the board
I am
asked
up to
us.
the vote. The only thing that we're here for is, because if I remember, we had an agreement
We
with
made
the
it
side
small.
yard neighbor, with the neighbor next door, whatever his name was, he came in complaint, you guys had an agreement that you will not have.
Cul-de-sac.
Let me finish. You will not have two rear yards facing his side yard.
Correct.
So you guys decided, because you had that agreement with him, you're gonna make them all up front, facing frontwards. Yes, it'll create a side yard setback, but at least you'll alleviate and make your neighbor happy. That was your agreement with the neighbor that you had.
And that's why we bifurcated.
And that's why you bifurcated, that's why you're here now with the internal road, so you don't have to have
Correct.
K-turns going out onto James Street, which is a straight road. So therefore, you could come in on one entrance, drive around, and come out the other entrance, and head out to James Street. It's the same reason why you have a regular development that was created, where there are kids and cozy groups all over the place, and any other development in town where you have that. Fine, I have no problem with it, I'm gonna ask for a motion, and let's go for a vote.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this with the conditions that we spoke about last time, and that is no fences in between the houses, right? Is that what we discussed?
Yes. Up to the back, just the,
Up to the back.
Just to the back.
yes.
Right, the back could have
And
fences.
the regular entry, upgrade.
Yeah, those we have no objection.
And, I do wanna put on the record that the reason why I like this application is the way that the lots are spread out. I think children have a tremendous backyard to play in. And the fact that they were set back over the street, and you do have kind of the concept of a cul-de-sac in the front of it, so there's no cars backing out onto the main street. They're gonna be able to go in regularly, like it would be a regular street, and come out and make right and left turns properly. So for those reasons, I would like to make a motion to approve this application.
So I have a motion from, Mike Ingber, can I have a second?
Yeah, just before you, I think one of the conditions is also, there was discussion where the HVAC had to be. That had to be in the back of the units, is that wasn't it?
My notes indicated, hold on a second, I saw that.
I think by moving the sides, it alleviate the issue, it could now be on the side, right?
That's what we meant 5 and 7. And it shouldn't be facing each other.
Right, because you had, the board had a concern about putting them in the rear, that they've seen people come back to the board saying they're less efficient. So to get that issue resolved, I think that's why the board recommended moving.
You won't put them side by side, meaning
Yeah.
one side and another side, you'll stagger them,
Yes,
so that you can go around like this.
yes.
So are they gonna be on the sides?
They were gonna be on the side, that was my understanding based on what the board
Okay. And
preferred.
there would be only fences in the rear, is that what I heard? Behind the building?
Correct, there'll be no obstruction
Right.
between the structures.
Right.
So be able,
Right.
So the HVAC units will be on the side?
on the side.
But not facing, each other.
It doesn't have to, it's not.
Staggered, right.
How's it gonna work, the couple units in the back?
Right,
How you
in the
gonna
event,
stagger?
in the event we choose to put it in the back, we can, but it gives us the option that we can put it on the side.
Okay, I have a motion from, Mike Langley, I'm sorry, Mike Ingber. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Obi Gonzalez. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Mr. Gilli,
Yes.
Mr. Halverson,
I wasn't here.
okay. Mr. Nakara,
Yes.
Mr. Lydia,
Yes.
Mr. Linder,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, good night and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night. Moving forward. We have another one on old business, 4015 Judah Gell,
Jody,
Jody Gell, 302, 306 Dewey Avenue.
experience two duplexes on other side lots. Perry Road and Indiana, April 22nd, 2017. Each family and duplexes are permitted to divide their unique field lots have a minimum size of 10,000 square feet and have a minimum lot width of 60 feet. This variance is required since the proposed lots do not meet the required lot width. We're also requesting variance relief for side yard setbacks.
Joe, raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, so help you God?
I do. Joseph Kashuba, KBA Engineering Services, Manasquan, New Jersey. Very similar to the last application, as a result of our previous hearing, the board had indicated they had some concerns with the side yard setback we were requesting, so we amended the plan to shift the units over to increase the side yard setbacks between the two units. We were previously proposing a 7-foot side yard setback to the right of the rightmost unit, which is compliant. We previously showed 2 5-foot setbacks on the in between the units. We've increased those to 2 6-foot setbacks, and we're maintaining the request for a 5-foot setback on the left side. My testimony previously was this can be granted under the C1 criteria. It is an extraordinary situation. This particular lot is extremely narrow at the front and wide at the rear, and as a result, variance relief is requested.
Mr. Kashuba, go a little slower for me. Can you give
Sure.
us the date, and let's mark that plan as A1? Give us the date on the plan.
The date on the plan, I think Terry has that on his latest review letter, 12/29.
12/29?
Correct.
Well, what's the last revision date?
It doesn't appear that we
That was one of our comments, actually.
Was it?
Didn't have.
All right.
Correct. So we submitted revised plans,
didn't
but there was no specific revision date.
All right, now, these homes are going to remain 24-foot wide,
Correct.
and the HVAC units are still to be in the rear,
That is correct.
and the trash enclosures and the basement doors are in the front of the house.
One second.
That is correct.
This was once heard over here?
Yes.
No fences between, your proposal was no fences?
Was I here?
Yes.
You were, certainly.
Yes.
Can you tell me again now what the proposed setbacks are going to be?
The proposed side yard setbacks are 7 feet. Adjacent to lot 11.12.
Mr. Kasubi, you're not coming in.
Adjacent to lot 11.12, 7 feet. In between the two duplex units are 6 feet and 6 feet.
Is that the final number? 6 and 6?
That is the final number.
And what was it, the old?
5 and 5.
5 and 5?
We pushed the left unit back further,
Oh, right.
and we're able to shift over and gain some more area between the units.
But are you still stuck on that 5 feet on the left side of the edge corner?
Correct. And my testimony previously, which remains, that is only at a point. It's
Right.
not along the entire length. In fact, it
Right.
widens out to a substantial amount towards the rear of the property.
And how far up does it reach to 6.5, 7 feet? Would you know?
It was just behind the trash enclosure. I think it was about 4 or 5 feet back.
Okay, so then why don't we put the trash enclosure a little further up so that it doesn't interfere?
We could certainly do that.
You know, so you can keep the width instead of having like 2 feet between the trash enclosure and everything else?
Certainly.
Okay. Okay. It's time to come back to me. We didn't create any rear yard setback by pushing the house back, where it's still at 15 8 at the point, right?
Correct. So the rear deck does have to meet the rear yard setbacks. We pushed it pretty much as far back as we could.
Okay. That stays the same, that's fine over here. 6 to 7, proposed. Okay. Anyone else have anything to discuss? Anyone have anything to say? What? Okay, we'll see none, go up to the public.
Question,
Mr. Klein, you affirm to tell the whole truth, all
I
together.
affirm.
Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Question, how many parkings per unit are you providing?
We're providing 4 stalls per unit.
And how many bedrooms is in each unit?
To review the architectural plans. Five bedrooms.
Did you calculate any parkings for the basement?
With 5 bedrooms, I believe the requirement is 3 parking stalls, so we do have an additional stall above what is required by ordinance.
But the UDO states 5 is 3.5. So you have to calculate how many bedrooms did you calculate for the basement to provide parking?
The basement is unfinished in the plans. We provided 4 parking stalls.
So you don't have calculations for parking for the basement that is unfinished?
Excuse me, Chairman. I believe the ordinance allows for up to, I think the cutoff is up to 9 bedrooms for 4 spaces.
That is correct.
As currently depicted, this
And-
meets UDO standards.
And I believe the RSIS controls for any
Up to
bedrooms.
9 bedrooms, I believe the 5th space is.
All
added.
apartments of the whole unit?
Yes.
For any dwelling,
Any
once you reach that threshold, you go from 4 to 5. They've testified that these are 5 bedrooms.
So there
The
could be
4
no more
spaces
than
are
4 in the basement?
So so legally they can put 4 bedrooms in the basement?
Yes.
An apartment could be in the basement with 4 apartments and
If there were
4 bedrooms, I'm sorry.
If you cross that threshold of bedrooms, you need the 5th space.
Regardless if it's 1 apartment or 2 apartments.
I don't.
Well, there only can be one.
I think there can only be one.
Legally.
No, 1 apartment in the house. I'm not talking about in the basement. 1 in the basement, 1 upstairs. I'm talking about regardless if there's only 1 apartment in this whole thing, which occupies the whole entire structure, or if it's 2 apartments that occupy 1 in the basement and 1 on the 1st and 2nd floor, total of 9 bedrooms.
That's right.
Correct.
Okay, it doesn't have to do with how many apartments are there.
Just making a statement.
Bedrooms, got it.
It's
That's what I wanted to know.
18-807A.
Fine.
6
Bedrooms.
bedrooms
Okay.
is 4 spaces. 7 bedrooms, 4
7.
spaces. Basement shall be considered 2 bedrooms in determining the number of bedrooms in a dwelling. So if there are 4 bedrooms upstairs and 2 downstairs, that's 6 bedrooms at 4 spaces.
Okay, now I'll make my statement.
I'm reading it from.
Whatever you were reading from the UDO says basement, not basement apartments. And it's a total different concept when you have a house that has additional attic space. But I forgot to ask him if he's providing attics over here. So that might calculate into more bedrooms in the future. And when you're talking about basement, you're adding, that means you're putting in a basement, you have to calculate it like 2 bedrooms. But that is when the basement is part of that unit. But when you go and you put it in an apartment, that was quoted by an engineer and by the attorney and by the chairman, that when you're talking about basement apartment, it becomes a legal 2-family. A legal 2-family becomes that you have to calculate every unit by its own calculations. You can't just take 1 apartment and calculate it to the upstairs because it's becoming 2. Yes, the applicant will come and saying is, yes, people come in and they will put in application and they'll only put in that it's a basement. They won't put in that it's apartment. That's what people are doing. Therefore, is they calculating the calculation of the parking accordingly to bedrooms. But if they're putting in an apartment, that we know they're going to do it over here. How do we know? That they're putting in a separate entrance to the basement. In the past, when the zoning board saw that there's a separate entrance to the attic, they assumed that it's going to be a separate apartment and they stopped it. Because they assumed that it's going to be apartment. Over here, yes?
The testimony was last month that this will be a separate living unit in the basement.
Can I just say something, Jeremy?
You're the chairman, say what you want.
No. Basement shall be constitute 2 bedrooms determining the number of bedrooms in a dwelling. That means a dwelling in my English language means an apartment. So it tells me specifically that it's a apartment in the basement. And then, no, that's it all out. It's in the basement. I'm talking about the basement.
I don't know who doesn't know how to read English, me or you. Because-
Okay.
So basically, accordingly to my understanding, and that should be figured out by the attorneys, but the ordinance that is talking about apartments is talking about a single-family house that you're adding a basement, not a basement apartment. And I want to quote you from the RSIS. The RSIS standard, that's the state standard, that the UDO goes from there, states specifically is that you have to calculate every unit by itself. You cannot calculate one unit for apartment for the upstairs or the upstairs for the downstairs. So, and accordingly to the RSIS, you have to provide almost 2 parkings for the additional unit that he's putting into the basement. Second, if he's putting in a basement apartment that he was testifying over here, why is he not putting in, why is it not, in the, I don't know if it's in the plans or not, but accordingly to the state code, you have to put in sprinklers in the whole house. If it's an apartment, you have, even if you do it later, you have to put it at least in the basement. I went into the inspection department and I asked them, does any basements in Lakewood have a sprinkler system? And they're telling me no. That means is, we have, by this board and by the planning board, almost a few thousand basements in Lakewood, that none of them are legal apartment basements.
Mr. Klein,
So I'm talking about this application.
no, you're not. If you have an issue about no sprinklers in the basements, that should be brought to the township committee. We don't have the enforcement power of that.
That's an inspection department issue, not
The
an
inspection department is part of the township committee. So that's where
Building
you,
inspection department.
Right.
well, that's where you go to that. But in any event, this appears to be an unfinished basement, a separate unit with an outside stairway.
So I'll ask a question of the applicant. Are you attempt to put in a sprinkler system because you just testified that it's going to be a legal apartment, separate apartment?
Jerry,
He
that
can-
has the inspection.
No, he can ask him that question, it's just that we can't enforce it or condition
At this point, the plans show an unfinished basement, and we'll comply with the requirements set forth by the town.
it. I think the question is, once it becomes a basement, a separate living quarters, does the applicant now have any plans to put sprinklers?
I don't at this point, and I'm not the architect, so I cannot specify.
So this zoning board, and so is the planning board, when they approve applications and they know that there's illegal activity going to be happening over here, that people are going to finish their basements when they don't have, accordingly to what I'm reading, the law, that they don't have enough parking when they will come to comply for the basement. That means because it's a separate apartment, you cannot calculate it upstairs. I know the chairman of the board said that you could, it's like one unit, it's not 2 families. But accordingly to every English standard that I read, 2 family means 2 family. It doesn't mean one dwelling means one dwelling means, and if it's 2 units, it's 2 units. And you cannot come and claim that you don't need more parking because it's not a different apartment when it is a different apartment. So all I'm saying is, if you have so many units in Lakewood, that is technically, none of them, the inspection department or the zoning was able to give them an application for doing a rentable basement, and it's all advertised over town that is, and not even one duplex in this town is legal 2 family. That means is all these rentable basements is technically overcrowding, they're not supposed to be living there, and if something happens, and they're going to come to you guys and claiming that you guys approved something with access to the basements when you knew that the applicant is going to put in basements or the end user. And this applicant over here was standing over here before and claiming that he's putting in basement apartments. And then when he's got caught, he's claiming is, we will comply with all the rules and laws and whatever. But he's, what?
I'd say, Mr. Klein, the mics are working, you don't have to holler.
Okay?
The ordinance says that he's required to have 4 parking spaces for up to 9 bedrooms. He has, even if he puts 4 bedrooms in the basement, he has 9 bedrooms.
Correct.
Now, if you disagree with that, you have every right to go to the township committee and tell them they should change the park, or ask them to change the parking requirements. But this is the zoning ordinance that we have to live with right now.
No, I'm not asking a question on the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
The zoning ordinance says basement. That means it's additional space to the unit. It does not talk about basement apartments. Basement apartments is considered a separate unit. You cannot, the ordinance says basement. The same it would have said attic.
I don't agree with that interpretation. Now, we still do need to ask him a couple of questions about the attic, but I don't agree with your interpretation.
You're saying is that basement means a rentable basement, a separate unit.
Basement means a basement. Basement shall be considered, it says 2, at least 2 bedrooms. So he can put it up to 4 bedrooms in the basement.
Correct. But the question is if it's a basement apartment. The difference between a basement and a basement apartment is because when somebody goes in for application for Francine Siegel, they could put it in 2 ways. They could put it in as I want to finish up a basement. That considers a single family and I want to finish up a basement. Then they could go in, no, I want to change it into a 2-family. 2-family means 2 families will be living there. That's not what the ordinance is talking about. If you look good in the ordinance, there is an ordinance that you could add basement apartments in Lakewood, all over Lakewood. It's a different ordinance. But that ordinance says basement apartments, but it's not talking about the parking requirements. That's better?
Okay.
I got it. We got it.
Okay, Jerry?
What you're saying.
Okay. Anyone else? Step up.
Oh, Mr. Hobby, I'm sorry. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, so help you God?
I do, I swear. I think Mr. Klein is right on target with this. I think that for so long, now these small loopholes have been allowing Lakewood developers to get by with things that wouldn't ordinarily be permitted. I think of a dwelling unit as a dwelling unit. If I have a home in a basement, that's part of my dwelling unit. However, if I rent that out as a basement apartment, it's no longer my dwelling unit. It's someone else's dwelling unit. I may own it, but someone else is the person that occupies it. And for each and every dwelling unit, whether there's 1 upstairs and 1 downstairs, or 2 upstairs and 2 downstairs, doesn't make any difference. Each one of them should need to stand on their own because they each have an individual family residing in them. And only common sense says that, yes, we're not going to share a car, all of us. We're going to have our own. And therefore, you must accommodate that. Now, that's the parking issue. And I think the sprinkling system is just a safety issue. We don't want a disaster here. We've been very lucky, but let's not tempt fate either. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, please step up.
Your name, sir?
Yoshua Piotr.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you give us your name and spell your last?
Yoshua, last name Piot, RKO,
P-I-O-C.
Piot,
T.
RKO,
Address, sir?
319 College Place.
And I'm sorry, your first name?
Yoshua, Yehoshua.
I'm sorry, can I just get the address?
Lift up the mic.
319 College Place. Good evening. This is the 3rd time that me and my neighbors are coming out to speak against this application. I live right behind this property. When I moved into my house, I had the liberty of opening all the window shades and looking outside. Since I moved in, they built a big house right behind me, which was approved before I moved in. Right now, it feels like I live in a ghetto. There's nobody in this room, not on the board, not the builder, not the developer, that wants to live the way we live. We had enough of this already. It's just a developer that doesn't live in the neighborhood. He wants to come into our neighborhood and make a quick dollar and make us suffer more. He would never live like this. The builder would never live like this. if the developer wishes, thinks this is a good idea, I think they should actually build this in their backyard and then come back to us and build it in our backyard.
Can you wait 1 second, please? Just for the record, I'm looking at a Google map on the property.
319 Cottage.
No, so it's not a circle. This is woods right here. Right.
Yeah.
Cottage Place is behind this
Behind
property?
it's back to back. Our houses, all the neighbors were back to back.
Right behind, right at the back of it?
Right in the back, yeah. We're all 4 neighbors here tonight, we're all against it.
Cottage is right back here. Right here.
Gentlemen, if you're trying to talk on the record, then you're not doing a good job.
Mr. Chairman, this
Yeah.
application is on Dewey Avenue.
This application is on Dewey Avenue.
There's plenty of distance.
What?
Huge amount of space.
Okay.
So,
For the record, it's 2804.
20, I'm 2806, we have 4 neighbors here.
2805, show me.
I'm 2806, he's 2805, they're 2804,
One at a
2803.
time, one at a time.
Okay.
Your house is not backing the property.
It's a corner. I have one window that I can look out of now.
We're backing.
Okay. How far is the back of your window to the back of your property line?
That's another problem, because officially I have 15 feet, and the house behind me is supposed to have 17 feet from the gate to the house, but there's no 32 feet between the two houses, it's more like 30, 31. So I don't even know what's going on there, but right now I can pass something to the guy behind me.
Come on, this property right here.
That is
You're
the
coming
corner.
Right behind it.
It's
How-
right, it's in the corner, the corner of mine.
Wait, excuse me, one at a time.
Okay, so you're in the corner.
I'm the corner.
You are 15 feet to the back property line of this house.
Not of this house, no, the house next to it.
The house next to it. So what does that do with this house?
Because in the corner, it's gonna like block off my last
Okay,
corner.
So this house is, I got it, he's right here.
If you want, I can show you in the map. You want me to?
I got it. So you're right of it. So this house is basically from your property line, the corner to your property line, this house is approximately, let me see, who knows?
House itself?
No, the backyard, how far is the rear yard? The corner house,
To the property line,
to the property line. The corner house, the biggest property in the corner,
approximately 40 feet.
40 feet,
Approximately.
right.
About 45 to the corner.
To the corner,
Right.
45 to the corner, and then you got another 15.
Right.
So
But
you-
it's my last window that can look
so
out to
your
the
last
door.
window is basically 55 feet away from the wall of this house.
I guess so.
Okay, that's what I want.
But the other guys are much closer.
I'm
Yeah,
talking
okay.
about the other guys.
Yeah, no
I'm
problem.
talking about the Mr. Petrikowski right
Yeah.
now. Corner house, diagonally
Right.
across, we got 45, 55 feet.
Yeah,
Okay,
Is there a fence between your property and this property?
there is an 8-foot fence.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
There is or is not?
There's an 8-foot fence.
8-foot fence.
Yes.
Is it on your property?
It's on my property, it's like a couple of inches in.
What kind of fence, sir?
Wooden.
Wooden.
So me and my neighbors were asking the board to please deny this application, but we don't want to live in the ghetto.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. By the way, one quick question. You live in a duplex or in a single family?
Duplex.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Anyone else, please step up. Seeing none, we'll close to the public. Oops, who's that one?
My name is Jacob Schwecky.
All right, sir, do you affirm to tell the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes,
Could you please spell your last name?
SCHWEKY.
Address, sir?
317 Cottage Place. I'm actually connected to Mr. Petrikovsky, and seeing what happened to him behind his house seems pretty much like a nightmare, and it's something that I wouldn't want to happen to my house. What happened behind his house was basically more or less like a mansion that went up in his backyard. I don't know if they actually agreed to put his to put the house on Dewey's, their porch, not directly behind his porch, but if the porch would actually be back to back like the way it was originally planned, you would have about 1.5 foot a fence and another 1.5 foot where you could basically play volleyball or even pass something to the actual neighbor that's sitting behind him. After seeing what happened to him, it's pretty scary to, wake up one morning and just have this huge thing that's literally taking up sunlight, taking up your space, taking up everything else that's,
What is your address, I'm sorry?
317 Cottage Place.
Thank you.
And your house is right behind this one?
Yeah. I mean, again, I'm connected to the
You're right behind. Is that right behind? Is this one over here? So
No,
even
the
further
ones,
than
no, closer.
So you're behind this house?
2805.
Yeah.
So, so you're behind the proposed first house that's going up? Because he's at the corner.
He's behind.
He's the first.
So you're, yeah, so you're behind.
Yeah.
So how far is your house from to your rear yard?
From the fence?
Yeah, the backyard, your backyard. from
My
your house.
backyard is basically, it's supposed to be 15 feet to the fence.
Okay, so we got 40 and 15, we got 50 feet to your house. So this is from one wall to the other.
The proposal house
Did you
is
say 15 or 50?
15, 1-5.
So we have about 50 feet to the back to the back of this house,
Mhm.
right? Because we got 40 back of this house, 15 to you, right?
Mhm.
So that's about, I should say it's 55 feet.
Mhm.
55 feet.
Alright.
The house next door only has 17 feet to his backyard. Am I hearing it right?
What-
Is this the match?
Who said 17? I'm not sure.
That's what I heard before. That's what Mr. Petrikowski said before. That this house over here is only 17 feet away from his property line.
Uh-huh. And this
So that's
proposal,
when he has this big wall in front of him, which you don't
Right.
want like, to
Right.
be the same,
Right.
which here it's going to be 50 feet away from
50
your
feet.
wall. So 50 to 17 is I understand the comparison.
Right.
You want to check out the comparison?
Okay.
Okay,
To the
thank
chair,
you.
do you have a, just one fence in there?
There's a fence, yeah.
Wait, Mr. Rosado?
It's the same fence that he has.
Does he have a fence? Ask him again. That's also, it's an 8-foot fence?
Same 8-foot fence.
Mr. Kashuba, the plan that you submitted shows dot lines as a footprint for the building, but it also shows where the 15-foot rear yard setback would be.
Correct.
Is the testimony that the buildings will be within the dashed footprint?
The dark line footprint of the dwelling that we show on our plan is what we are proposing.
So the proposed duplexes, if approved, won't go all the way back to the 15-foot rear yard setback?
There's no necessity to on those units to the right. Pushing that much further back will increase development costs and decrease the rear yard. There's
So
no,
the proposed units will stay within,
proposed units should be constructed in the same location we show on this plan.
and this plan is, I have one here that says minor subdivision plat with the date of 12/29/16.
Correct. The dwellings themselves, it's probably better to look at the preliminary subdivision plan for specifics, but yes. There'll be a substantial rear yard on both those two units.
Chair?
I have one more question later. By the way, how old is your house? When did you move in?
About 4 years ago?
4 years ago, when it was all nice and rural, the whole area?
Yeah, there was nothing, I mean, there were
I
houses
mean, the
that,
whole Dewey, East Ridge, East Boston was nice and rural. It was all nice and clean.
no, I mean, spacious-wise, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
There were houses in the front of Dewey. So our backyard, or on our porch, we actually had a nice, view of space,
I got it.
not, mansions.
I got it. So,
When you think, open the house, is it built?
right.
No, I don't mind that people build, but if you would come to my house, I'll invite you to my house to see what you walk out on my back porch, it's not a nice scene. It's just another building in your face.
But the whole neighborhood is very nice. It's very spread out apartments and housing in the whole neighborhood, the whole Ridge, East 4th
I mean,
Street.
is that
Dewey,
a reason to continue, or is that a reason to stop?
No, I just want to make sure why, I heard before that's like a ghetto style.
It
I'm not
is.
sure. It wasn't until now it's not a ghetto.
Now when we
Maybe a
moved in,
ghetto.
it
I just want to
wasn't.
make sure that that's what we're doing.
We happened to move away from the Ridge area, and we found a nice block called Cottage Place.
Okay.
It happened to be a very nice block when we moved in.
What do you want to say?
I want the public to understand one thing. There's only two variances in here. The fact that the area, there is duplexes in this area, and the fact there is enough, if there's a problem with the way it was structured, and the way the township structured, right now, we're looking in front of us, there's enough land, not up to us, up to the township, that they can build a duplex on both of these lots. There's more than 10,000 square feet on both of them. One has 11, the other one has 334. It's not up to us. The only thing we have right now is a width, it's 44 instead of 61, and 5 to 6 feet. That's as far as our jurisdiction is concerned. Other than that, you know, when you moved in, there was very little amount of houses. Eventually, it grew up to be more, but we're not approving or disapproving. That's not up to us. There's only a certain amount of variances that are being asked. They can do it without coming here. Just keep that in mind and look at what they can do before they even come here. They have enough land, they can do it. The fact that you moved in there, I don't know if there's a basement by you, there probably is, but that's there. There's nothing we can do about it.
This area is already in R75, which allows.
Which means?
Which means allows duplexes at 10,000.
Duplexes on 10,000, these lots are bigger than 10,000.
In fact, they could build it even further so back closer to your house.
And they're within their rear yard setback, so just so you understand that we're not, you know, we take what the neighbors say, you know, seriously, what they're within their rights, and it's within the zoning of the requirements of what they kind of need. They're asking for two minor, you know, variances, but the bulk is within, you know, their right.
I think this,
Yeah, they want to speak as well. Thank you.
could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth?
I do.
Can you give us your full name and spell your last?
My name is Malky Olshin. My
Spell
last name is Olshin.
And could you spell your first name for me, Ms. Olshin?
Malky. 315 Cottage Place. So my house is directly behind the plans. I believe there's 21 feet between my end of my property to where their wall is. So
Excuse me, ma'am. Mr. Chairman, can you ask them to stop speaking back there, please?
Go ahead,
The stenographer asks you to please refrain from talking. Thank you.
So we actually have a lot less space between our houses, including 317 Cottage Place, part of 317 Cottage Place. Our 315 and 313 and part of 317 Cottage Place, they're building 4 houses. So it's basically, but in this width of our 1 duplex plus a little bit, they're building 4 houses. It's a lot of overcrowding in the area. I understand that the variances they're asking for is very small. We're just requesting that no variances be given and that we should have our space in the back because there's it's very cramped area.
Behind which
On
proposed dwelling is yours?
315.
You need the mic.
It appears they're lot 28.04.
Which one?
There's no, there's only side yard, there's no rear yard setback variance is requested here.
I know that.
There is enough space?
The rear yard setback.
That's how it is versus your house.
The requirement on the side yard, on the side of the houses, they're asking for variances. But the rear
And the
setback-
rear yard on 17.01 and 17.02 is 19 feet, 19.19 feet.
Where they
Yeah, 15 feet, from 19.9 to the corner, but it's a lot further as you move away from the corner, and it's only 15 feet to the corner of the deck.
The deck is 15 on one
Oh,
side.
the deck, I'm sorry, 15.08.
Yeah, but it's a
15
deck.
feet, right.
But the actual word house is 19, the corner is 19 feet, but as you're moving in.
What's the closest
Excuse me?
space? What's the closest that gets to the house? How many
15
feet?
is permitted for the rear yard
15.
setback.
For the deck, not to the wall of the house,
To the deck.
to the deck. And it's only the corner of the deck.
So it is more than 15 to her property.
Yes. Let me explain to you. The corner of the property, the corner of the house is going to be 19.8 feet. The corner. As you're moving in toward the inside of the house, it's going to get further and further away because the property is at an angle. So by the time you end up, the end of the house, you're probably, what would you say? 25 feet? 25 feet. Now, the same thing is with the deck. The deck, the corner of the deck is at 15 feet. The closer you get to the center of the property line, you're
Probably gets
20,
about 18 to
20.
19 feet.
So our decks, my deck with the application deck,
I have no idea where your deck is.
No, the application's like till
To my house.
property.
to the end of his property.
Right, then it's yours, whatever you have.
Probably is another 15 feet. It'll probably have around 30 to 40 feet in between.
And that's along the whole property?
That's
There's no
between
variances on the backyard?
Yeah.
Yes.
So he's allowed at 15, he actually starts at 15 and goes up to 18 to 20.
Uh-huh.
So it really can build up to 15 the entire.
Including, without the deck?
Correct,
And then he could build the deck?
correct.
So
No,
basically-
they won't be able to
No,
do
that's
that.
from the deck.
No.
From the deck?
He can build his house without a deck up to 15 feet,
Uh-huh,
but then he won't have a deck.
uh-huh. But he's building further in, and then he's having the deck till the 15?
Correct.
No.
Correct.
Yes, that's right.
Correct.
Do you have a fence behind your house?
Yes, I do.
And how tall is that?
8 foot.
You have an 8-foot fence between your property and.
Yeah, but our decks are gonna be right opposite each
Well,
other.
Ms. Olson, how far is your deck from your fence?
I'm not sure.
It should be
It
15.
should be
Should be
Are you in a
15.
duplex? Are you in a
Ms. Olson, you're looking for you.
No, there must have been a variance on my property before I bought it.
If I might remind the board, it was only recently that the application of the rear setback applied to decks. So at the time, they could have built the deck and a rear yard setback. So that's very possible.
It's
Very possible the deck is
It's
closed.
not too
Okay,
big.
let's
One
move on.
time,
Let's go to the next one.
Hold on.
Anyone else?
Everybody's coming at once.
Are we squeezing you in the back? I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
Yeah. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth?
Yes.
Can you give us your full name and spell your last?
Miriam Schreibman.
You might want to get closer to the mic.
Sorry. Miriam Schreibman, SHREIBMAN.
S.H.
REIBMAN.
Your address?
313 Cottage Place.
Thank you.
Okay, I live next door to Mrs. Olson, so I really have the same thing as her. When we moved in, we had nothing in our backyard, just the houses were all the way in the front, and now with what they want to build, we're basically, when we go to our porch, we're touching the neighbor's porch almost. And we're requesting that they be denied,
Thank you.
if possible.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close to the public. Okay, any final comments? You want to sum up?
If I might remind the board, the lots are oversized. These lots are substantially deep. We request the variances as testified.
Okay.
Is that okay?
I know. I'm not talking to anybody. Okay, can I have a motion or final comments? Go ahead. Final comments or motion?
You know, people come here and they say they've been here 4 years, 5 years. I've been here over 30 years. When I moved to Lakewood, Route 70 was a 2-lane highway, one going east, one going west. I also wanted deer, and there was a chicken coop where I lived right on New Hampshire Avenue and Locust Street, okay? Today, that's no longer the case. But it's not only Lakewood. They didn't have Home Depots, they didn't have Costco's, they didn't have Houlihan's, they didn't have hotels. There were many different things that had brought a lot of prosperity to this town. If you guys think that you have I don't think anybody here has lived in a ghetto. I come from the Bronx, and when I first moved to Lakewood, I know what ghetto is all about. Okay, so for you to get up here and say that Lakewood is a ghetto, I doubt it very strongly that you come from a ghetto. Because I know, and I lived ghettos. I lived in the South Bronx. Okay, so I know what it's like. Lakewood today is much better than it's been in the 30 years that I've gone before. Grant you, there is density. But if you go up Tom's River on Route 9, there's also density. Because they just built a brand new development on one side that has houses, another brand new development that's across the street that has tons of townhouses. So, please understand, it's not that we're sitting here saying, okay, go ahead and build. If a builder has the right to build in the property, okay, we have no choice but to look at the plans that we have in front of us and allow them to build. The same way you guys bought your houses, why? Because builders built them. If builders, when I first sat here, I didn't want any building either. If that were the case, you guys wouldn't be living in Lakewood. You'd be living somewhere else because I didn't want the building either. Okay, but looking at what's going on, okay, you have to go with what's happening in the town, but not only in the town, in the state. Okay, I do a lot of traveling. I travel to Mountville, New Jersey. If you think that Lakewood is getting bigger, you should see the other areas in northern New Jersey that are also getting bigger. So we're trying our best to comply, not only what the building is doing, but also what our neighbors are doing, okay? And I'm happy, and I'll be honest with you, that my ghetto in Lakewood is the best ghetto I've ever seen compared to that. That's all I have to say.
Okay. So if you're finished, you have to say.
Mr. Kashuba, is there going to be any living units in the attic?
No separate unit in the attic is proposed.
Is separate or no? Are there going to be any bedrooms in the attic? If there are, then you're going to have an issue with the parking space.
No. There is no bedrooms proposed on the plans in the attic.
Why is there gonna be problems? Didn't we say we have 9 bedrooms allowed?
I'm sorry?
Didn't we say 9 bedrooms is allowed?
Yeah, you got 5 on the first and second floor, you got presumably 4. Yeah, where's it gonna end? The testimony is there's not gonna be any bedrooms
Yeah,
in
but we
there.
have up to 9 bedrooms allowed in a dwelling unit.
You have 2 in the basement, 5
Five
upstairs.
upstairs. It's 7.
7, maybe a bedroom in the attic?
Okay, fine. Anyone else want to say something?
I don't remember all the details of what was discussed last time, so, was there any discussion as to where the trash is gonna be kept?
In the front, yes, there was discussion at the previous hearing. It would be in the front area, there would be an
The
enclosure.
basement doors will be in the front.
Basement doors being in front, and I believe there was discussion that they were gonna put the HVAC in the back, wasn't that?
Yes.
decided at the last
Correct.
meeting? And then it was just the rest of the stuff?
Yeah.
Low Lakey stuff?
Whatever name you want to give it.
What name do you want to give it? Give it to him.
Judy Riviere stuff. Mo's not here, so it's Judy Riviere stuff. Okay, can I have a motion?
Motion to approve
A motion, any conditions or
the conditions that we always have regarding the front area with
the third bricks and this?
third bricks and facet sprinkler system we have.
Correct.
What third stucco permitted?
Not basement, irrigation.
Yeah.
What do stucco is fine with me?
He said.
Yes.
Brick or stucco, but not vinyl siding.
Right.
Right. Okay. Okay, and do I have a motion from Obi? Can I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second from
And keep
Mr. Natale.
in mind that the lots are oversized. There's more than 10,000 square feet, which is what is required, and that's why I'll second it.
Okay. Madam Secretary, roll call please.
Mr. Geller?
Yes.
Mr. Halverson?
Wasn't here.
She wasn't here, but
Mr. Natale?
Yes.
Mr. Vivian?
Yes.
Mr. Inger?
Yes.
We'll go with Mr. Gross.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. Halverson?
yes. Okay, good night and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving forward, we're going to new business, Vincent Weitzner, 617 Ocean Avenue.
Lot 189, lot 133, R10 zone, use variance for duplex. From Terry Bode, engineer plan, 17/2017. Property is located in R10, single-family residential zone. Duplexes are permitted use, provided that a minimum lot size of 12,000 square feet is provided. Lot 133 is 9,860 square feet in size, therefore a conditional use variance relief is necessary.
Flannery, would you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, so help you God?
I do. Brian Flannery Jackson, New Jersey, licensed professional engineer and professional planner. The application is indicated is for a lot to allow a duplex on a lot of just under 10,000 square feet, 9,860 square feet. I've marked two exhibits. A1 is the plan submitted showing the lot on the corner of Ocean Avenue and Cherry Street. A2 is an exhibit showing the area, the subject lot. It's a tax map exhibit showing the subject lot in orange, and in blue are the duplex units that are built in this area on variances that were granted between both this board and the zoning board. This area, if the board remembers, in the 2007 master plan, the recommendation on page 74 was rezone both R10 zones east of the downtown area to R75 to provide additional housing opportunities compatible with redevelopment of that area. The board all knows the history of that recommendation and the subsequent approvals that were approved in that area because the township committee never adopted a resolution to the R75. If this was an R75, it would be complying except for 140 square feet, which the board would, I would be giving testimony that it was a de minimis exception. And additionally, the deck is within 10 feet of the rear rather than 15 that would be required by the ordinance. And the decks, I'm sure you've heard all the testimony on how the decks used to not have any setback at all, and then there was the backlash, and now the decks, they indicate, should comply with the building setback. The deck, if the board decided that 10 feet was too close to the property line, the applicant would change the deck, make a patio, do something different if that was the issue. Cherry Street, as the board knows from prior applications, is a street that's in need of redevelopment. It's a street that needs utilities to the area. Redevelopment of this lot, along with the other lots that have been approved by the board, will facilitate that redevelopment and the extension of the utilities that are needed. In addition to the master plan of 2007, this property in the smart growth plan of 2013 is located in the downtown regional center. The downtown regional center, per that master plan, is an identifiable commercial district surrounded by high to moderate density residential neighborhoods. And this will certainly comply with that. If you look at A2, the property will fit in with the neighborhood, and I'm sure the board is familiar with that area, and I certainly hope you would agree with me that it'll fit well into the area. The master plan of 2007, also on page 35, under housing, indicates there's been tremendous residential growth in Lakewood in recent years, and the conclusion is that not all the housing needs are met. The master plan of 2007, on page 56, says encourage development and redevelopment based on smart growth planning principles. And it's my testimony that this does that. The municipal land use law, NJAC 40:55D2, indicates to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in a state in a manner which will promote public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. And it's my testimony that this does promote the general welfare by redeveloping a house, providing for extension of the sewer and water, and providing the needed housing opportunities. E is to promote the establishment of appropriate population densities, and this promotes a population density consistent with the master plan. We're asking for a D variance because the ordinance does say the R10 zone, which this is in, you need 12,000 square feet. We have 9,860, roughly 10,000 square feet. This particular lot is particularly suited for this. The redevelopment of the neighborhood is consistent with this, and it's my testimony that the board can grant this without any substantial detriment to the public good and will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance, and it's actually consistent with the zone plan. looking at Terry's other comments, he lists the bulk variances that are needed. Side yard setback is, we're asking for 7.55 feet, where 10 feet is required. Again, that would comply with the R75. We're asking for front setbacks of 25, where 30 feet is required, and also complies with the R75. A building coverage of 32%, where 30% is allowed, and rear yard setback of 15 feet to the building, 10 feet to the deck, where 20 is required in the R10 zone. I should point out that this is an individual that's trying to create a housing opportunity for themselves. It's not an investor building a duplex to sell it to other people. The applicant wants to move into that neighborhood, and this will facilitate that. They're building, Terry's comment on the review comments is provide testimony on the architectural, and it's a typical 5-bedroom duplex, and they would certainly agree, and the plans indicate the 1/3 stone in the front. They would agree to the irrigation and all the other upgrades that the zoning board typically requires. I should preempt a little of Mr. Klein's testimony because I've heard him talk about the parking all along. The applicant at this point on the plans is not showing a basement apartment. A basement apartment. Excuse me?
There's an unfinished basement.
There's an unfinished basement, and certainly there's a potential for a basement apartment. The way that works, it's not this board or the planning board's duty to make sure there's enough parking or there's sprinklers or there's any of the other building components. When a building permit is submitted, if there's a basement apartment, the building department and the engineering department review it to see, just like the application that was here earlier for Mr. Nyman, where they review and they say, per the ordinance, per the RSIS, this is what's needed. And if they don't comply with it, then they don't get a permit and they have to come back to this board. The applicant has room to provide sufficient parking. They will comply with all the ordinances if the basement at some point in the future is finished. On other applications where you have a developer comes in, does something, and then a homeowner comes. We have the homeowner, the future homeowner here tonight, assuming the board acts favorably, and he will comply with all the ordinances. If the code says he needs to put in sprinklers before there's a basement apartment, all that will be complied with. That's my testimony.
Okay.
Just have one question, Chairman.
Sure.
Looking at the variance plan, Brian, and the architectural, the variance plan shows a building envelope which is kind of trapezoidal.
Yes.
The floor plan is rectangular. Does that affect the setbacks? Just looking at the architectural, it fits somewhere within the building envelope on the plan.
Yes, the plan fits somewhere within that building envelope.
Okay. So
We're not doing a trapezoidal.
What you're asking for then, as far as the setbacks, these are worst case. They
That's
might
correct.
actually be less.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong. In the past, we've done stuff like that where if it was 2007 or master plan, we gave you a variance based on the R10. On the R75, I'm sorry.
That is correct.
Yes, yeah. And I don't remember this, and I'm asking to be very truthful. Did we do anything where it was below 10,000 square feet?
Yes.
Can you
Yes.
point that out to me?
The lots that I show you that I
I
have.
did, not the planning board did.
No, no,
Okay.
this board on the next street over, on North Oakland. The one on the corner is closer to 9,000, and they get a little bigger as they go up. But there were.
Which we have done here?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Where the board determined that it was de minimis.
Because of the 2007?
Yes.
R75?
Yes.
Which is 10,000, so
Yes,
we're close to
this
10,000.
is consistent with what the zoning board had done, and it far surpasses what the planning board has done.
Okay, so that'll help me answer that question. But I do have a little bit of a problem with this particular application. I don't know what you can do about it, where your deck is 5 feet wide, and it gives me 10 feet to the rear. I think it'd be more justice if it won't be a deck at all, or something like this. Or just have some stairs go down and have a patio.
At the back. If that's what the board feels, that a patio would be better, yes. The applicant would agree to.
Create some stairs to go down, sliding doors on the patio downward, or a little, call it a little.
Yeah, well,
step,
a landing. A landing and some steps, or the applicant would certainly look at, again, because this is going to be his house, in setting it into the house, making the house a little smaller. But the
He
applicant.
doesn't make the house small, he can make the landing right outside the patio door.
Yes.
They'll put up a nice patio door, slide open the door, and a
Yes.
nice little landing.
Yes.
3 feet by 2 foot.
Yes, so the applicant would agree to not request that additional 5-foot setback.
So we're gonna remove the 5-foot setback from the.
Yes.
From the, what? Instead of the same one issue of the, what?
15 feet, they don't like a 5-foot.
Still have to have. Building, you need variance, 15 feet is what you need.
No. No variance.
Yeah, I don't give stuff away.
Okay, that's all.
This is R10, no variance.
It's an R, yeah, but he's applying the R75.
It's still an
Okay, it's an R10, okay, fine.
Yes.
Call it what you want. Fine. Okay, that's what I have to say. Any other comments on board?
Yeah, just a quick question.
Go ahead.
Just explain me again, where else in this zone, which is R10, did we approve this duplexes on this size lot?
The corner
That's what I
of,
asked.
I
the
know.
corner of Ocean Avenue and North Oakland, and you can even see, if you look on A2, just by the size of them, that lot was less than 10,000. The first one in was less than 10,000, and I believe once you got to 155, it was 10,000. But they were slightly under the 10,000.
Brian, if I,
What was the rationale at that time? Why did we approve that? I mean, it is nearly 20% less than we're supposed to have.
Well, because the master plan says, and clearly, and it specifically referenced this area, that it should be rezoned to R75. That never occurred because the whole smart growth plan was going on. And the board approved all of the ones that are shown in blue as duplexes under 12,000 square feet, based on the recommendation in the master plan for R75.
Gardens. We did not approve Linden Gardens. So it's not all that's in blue.
Well, the ones that are in blue are duplexes that were approved by the zoning, oh, not all of them, you're right. The Diamante, right, right.
This board did not
That's correct.
approve Linden
Those on
Gardens.
3,500 square feet.
Yes.
Okay?
We didn't approve that.
You did not, yeah, absolutely not. That was, we've had that conversation in the past.
Many times.
Next time I have one in this area, I'll show them 2 different colors. So I can say,
Good idea. Show that one in hot pink.
Brian, you're quick to point out that there's a housing demand, but at the same time, we certainly are having a traffic problem in Lakewood. And we have had many evenings where we've had lines of people standing there telling us they can't get out of their driveway, they can't get out of their street, and this area is starting to look the same. So there has to be a balancing act, and maybe this doesn't fit.
well, certainly there is a balancing act, and well, it appears that we're losing. My perception is that we're not losing, because the township committee has noticed the problem, and I don't think there's very many people that don't want more neighbors. They don't want more traffic congestion. And the answer to the traffic congestion is that traffic improvements get made so that you can have more units, as in any city. Any city that grows gets more units, and if they pay money to do the traffic, and the township committee introduced an ordinance, an impact fee ordinance, that will get money from the developers, so as a development application. What's the question? Well, it hasn't been assessed yet, but the township.
2 years, so
Well,
can't keep waiting.
the governing body introduced for first reading, and they sent it to the planning board for planning board comment, which would have happened at the last meeting, but there wasn't a quorum. The governing body is well aware of the problem, and it will be addressed in the master plan process. And it's my testimony that this is so close that there's really not going to be an impact based on this one, and that if the traffic, and they've already retained Mazer Consulting to study the traffic, the problem is that it hasn't been studied. And I think any of the board members that have been to Jerusalem, I haven't been there, and I'd like to go, but if you look at 10 years ago in Jerusalem, what the traffic was like, and you look at it today, what I've been told is that the traffic is actually better now and the density is increased.
Brian, I'll be there next week. I'll take a,
Well,
pictures
and I'm sure you, and I'm sure you
I'll
were,
stream it live.
I'm sure you
and
were
see
there,
what it's like.
you
Okay?
were there 10 years ago. Do you have
I was
a,
there 10 years ago too.
so if you could compare the two of them, and,
And just for the record, the traffic in Jerusalem is catching up to the traffic in Lakewood.
which means that both Jerusalem and Lakewood have to get impact fees from the developers and have the developers pay for the traffic improvement.
Right,
I'll let you translate over there.
By the way, there are Lakewood developers developing those homes in Jerusalem.
Do they have basement rentals?
Yes.
The parking that's depicted on the right side, you have one, it looks like you have one parking spot that's encroaching on where the building envelope is. We've already explained that the building is not going to be exactly on there. But I do see on the right side of the floor plan, the foundation plan, is also basement steps. So how are we going to have a full parking spot over there that's not going into the basement steps?
Marty Grubbs.
Well,
It's not gonna happen.
Well, they don't have, but the point is, there's no full parking.
And he won't get his variance, and he won't get his building permit.
Right. It's going to fit because the shaded area is bigger than what's needed for the building. And
That was noticed on Terry's review letter, and the comment is he's got to work this out before he gets a building permit.
Yes.
What I was pointing out is that it also limits the amount of setback you have as well.
But having said that, one second, I have a good thought on this one. Having said that, please don't come back to us, and please put this on the record, that I'm sorry I can't fit that fourth spot in, and they will give me a variance to remove that fourth spot. I would like to have that on the record, so when he comes in, he's not gonna get that extra.
And that should be on the record, and the applicant is sitting here hearing that.
Brian, if I can make a few comments. Okay, so Cherry Street, my issue with Cherry Street is that there is no cul-de-sac at the end, so, and there's no way for a car to even turn around, basically. So if anybody would go up there, it's impossible for any type of emergency vehicle, bus, or even drive into that, because it's impossible to turn. So like, you can't really compare that to some of the variances on the block next door, because when they go up the other street, not only is it much wider, but any type of vehicle can loop around to any other block and come back out. That's my first issue with Cherry, so I wouldn't look at it, I would look at this as an isolated application. Also, it touches a county road, and that county road should really be widened, which means that it's gonna impact your side yard down the road. If it's not already in the plan to widen it.
Just for the record, did you notice over here that there's a road widening in Cherry Street?
I know.
So that's all of the houses are getting road widening easements.
Just at the end, it's going to
Yeah, but at the end is all, I don't know how the end's gonna.
No, right now it's a.
Yeah, but it's probably gonna be something as well, I don't know. You know, every house that we gave approval on Cherry Street had that road widening. You never gave approval on Cherry Street?
Yes, we did. As shown on A2, 189, block 189, lot 128, which was combined with 181 and 80 on Oakland, and there was a subdivision that took some of the depth off of the North Oakland lots and put it on the Cherry Street.
Okay, I'm gonna open to the public now. Anyone from appeals for bill number 4019, I want to be heard, please step up.
Speak now, so wrong.
4 minutes, keep it to 4 minutes.
Mr. Klein, would you raise your right hand, sir? Do you affirm the testimony for yourself?
Affirm.
Okay, yes, sworn.
Oh,
I just want to say something after you sworn in.
I was just sworn in.
Okay. I forgot that we have this formative rule that we had to put into effect that we never did to the past 2 meetings. And also, another rule that we had that each application will be 45 minutes no longer, which for some reason, it totally slipped my mind, and I'd like to get back to that.
Okay, well,
So we
in
can
terms of
stick
45
to that.
minutes, we're going pretty good here.
What?
I don't think anything tonight's been 45 minutes.
I know that. There's just a couple of things that I just want to say already, so we just want to stick to the.
I'm just trying to figure out something. Why is every time when I speak stuff and somebody doesn't like it, implementation of 4-minute rules comes in effect?
Why did we talk about this?
Yeah, you're right. About this application about the basements, is there going to be separate entrance to the basement, Brian?
Yes,
Yes.
Is there how many bedrooms is this unit?
5 bedrooms,
And how many parkings are you giving per unit?
4,
4 parking per units on the plan?
yes.
Okay. Now, the question is as follows. In the RSIS, that is the rule of the law of the land in New Jersey, they state the parking requirements, and that's what you have to keep. 5-bedroom duplex, it says that you have to give only 3 parkings. Above 5, it doesn't say. But it does say that by single-family detached, value shall apply to each unit. Then the RSIS goes future, it says garden apartments, and it gives you 1 bedroom is 1.8, 2 bedrooms is 2.0. What I'm trying to bring out is that he is putting a separate entrance to the basement, and we know that this basement is going to be rented out, regardless of, he's going to claim that the building department and that department. In the past, the zoning board was very concerned about attic apartments. If they see illegal behavior and somebody comes in and asks for a variance, they could say, listen, we don't want a separate entrance to the basement because we know that this illegal behavior is going to continue. If you're going to put in an apartment, ask them to put in the door and everything, because we know if there's a separate entrance, it's going to be an apartment. And if it's an apartment, they don't comply accordingly to the RSIS, they don't comply with the parking ordinance. So again, this is a duplex, it's not a single family. If it would have been a single family, it would have been a little bit easier, there will be more space for parking. But in the future, but over here, he doesn't have space where to add parking. And we know in the history of Lakewood, illegal apartments, I'm talking about apartments, not basements, are going in there, and the zoning board, with not addressing it, or the planning board, is promoting illegal behavior. Now I'm going as far as the master plan that you're asking. Whenever you make an argument in a neighborhood that has similar lots like this, and you're coming with an argument that the master plan recommends the change, that tells me that what you're trying to do is spot zoning. Because if the master plan is telling you to change a certain area and the township committee didn't change it for whatever reason, and you're coming to the zoning board and claiming the master plan recommends it, and therefore as you should change this lot, therefore as other lots will be changed. And you just claimed that the zoning board, other lots they did approve, and look what's happening now, you're coming with this lot. And what I simply don't understand, Moshe Langry on the density subcommittee claimed, we're not going to increase any, in the new master plan, any zoning in Lakewood. I know the developers are coming out and force the new, this coming master plan meeting, and they're going to voice their rights and their recommendation of increasing zoning. But the fact is, Moshe Langry, that is sitting on this board, recommended something else. So I'm a little bit confused that you're asking this board to do something that a township committee
said no. I'm not saying you shouldn't approve it. I see this as it looks like it's not an investor, it's a private person. He bought a property, and somebody sucked him into the property, told him is that he's going to be able to build a 5-story building, and he's coming never to this board and asking, listen, I got sucked in, and a realtor told me, and this told me, and that told me. But by the end of the game, you're doing spot zoning, in my opinion. So, not saying you shouldn't approve it, but still looking into the basement issue. I just quoted it on the record, not like you should be able to say you didn't know about it.
Thank you.
David Donner?
Yes, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Spell your last name.
Donner, 28 Dina Court, Lakewood. Okay, just a few points I'd like to bring up to the board. I'm a little familiar, I live not far from this area. I'm familiar with that street, and I'm also familiar with the applicant. Very hardworking fellow, a large family. If I'm correct, he owns this property a number of years. He bought it a number of years ago, and he currently lives in very small quarters with a large family. And we know in the federal government, the state government, there's a very strong emphasis on affordable housing, which has been a very big issue at the forefront. And I think this is really a real application of affordable housing, because he wants to move into this specific property himself, and the way he can afford it is by building a duplex. He can't afford a single-family house, and this would enable him to do it. Besides the fact that he is widening Cherry Street, definitely would be a very good impact to that specific part of the block. I think it's a good application, and I think will benefit the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else, please step up.
Mr. Hobday, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth to help you God?
I swear. Good evening, board. Here again, we're pushing the limits on the neighborhood. What is happening here is we're steadily but surely increasing the density to so much that it is basically spoiling a neighborhood where people have bought their dream home, raising their family and their children, and all of a sudden it becomes so overcrowded that they fear that this is just going to continue to the point that they won't be able to live there anymore. Don't chase neighbors away for the sake of squeezing one more of these development homes into an established neighborhood. It's just unfair. Say no. We're going to stop this surge of building, and it's just this much. It's just that much. But it's a continuing thing. This sooner or later got to stop. We have established neighborhoods where people have come here to raise their families. And you keep on pushing the button. Please don't facilitate that effort. Make a neighborhood safe, congenial, that you can depend on your neighbors in your area, that your children are safe, your family is safe, and it's not so overcrowded. This isn't the Bronx. This isn't Brooklyn. This is Lakewood. Lakewood, as it has grown so fast, and God knows that everybody wants a good, decent place to live, but you can't do that at the expense of the existing neighbors that live there and establish that neighborhood. It's too important to them and their property values and their quality of life.
Thank you. Anyone else, please step up.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth?
Zipporah Weitzner.
Spell your last name. Get closer to the mic, man.
Weitzner.
W-E-R.
Tzner.
And your first name?
Tzipporah. Okay. We are a family, not an investor, trying to build a duplex on Cherry Street. We have been hopping from house to house trying to settle our family. just trying to improve our quality of life and settle ourselves. Anything you can take into consideration would be greatly appreciated. We're a large family and we just cannot get settled. We just would like to be able to afford to move into our own home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close to the public. Can I have some final comments?
Chairman,
Go ahead.
on the south side of the property, the setback is 7 feet and 6 inches. And just looking at the window, at the stairwell going downstairs, which takes up an additional 4 feet into it, so that you have really this.
Hold on one second. South side, right, that's 7.6.
So the actual side yard setback for anything going back there is 3 feet, 3.5 feet. I think it's kind of tight, and like, my comment is that, just wondering if there's any way they could shrink the width of the building, not do that much, just to get, get rid of that side yard
Well,
setback. It's not gonna take.
The applicant's not asking for relief from the 5 feet from any steps to the basement. So the applicant is going to comply with that. It sounds like your concern is that the steps are going to be too close to the basement. The 7 point...
No, you got it wrong. The concern is that from the wall of the steps to the property line is going to be too narrow.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The ordinance requires that to be at least 5 feet, and the applicant is not asking for relief of that. So when you're adding the 4 feet onto, you're taking the 4 feet away from the 7.5. But this is, as Terry indicated earlier, this is a trapezoid. We're going to be doing a rectangle. So it'll be further away. The applicant will comply. If he has to build it into the building, do whatever, he will comply with the ordinance that says it will be 5 feet from the property line.
So what you're saying is there's going to be 5 feet from the property line to the beginning of this window stairwell.
Correct.
And then the steps will be the regular width, will be a narrow
Yeah.
set of stairs. It'll be the regular 3.5 to 4 feet.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
told me before that.
Is that what you want?
Exactly what I want to know.
It's gonna be actually 7.5.
You got it.
Well, and again, that's because the building envelope that's
No,
shown,
I understand.
yeah.
So, one of the outcome, what we discussed before, is that there's gonna actually have to be 7 feet till the basement stairwell because of the driveway that's supposed to be.
Well, again, if he can't fit the driveway in, he's not building a house.
No, but I'm saying because he's depicted the driveway there, it couldn't necessarily have to be 7.5 feet until the basement starts.
Correct, yeah, I got what you're saying, okay.
Why is it that the entire house can't be moved down towards Ocean Avenue? Why do you need the side yard setback at all?
Because the architectural plan and the width, and we have the front setback, when you add all that in, that's the relief that we need. And the applicants looked at being consistent with, to the greatest extent practicable, the R75 standards and design their house to fit their family accordingly.
Actually, Brad was gonna ask that question. Are we widening Ocean Avenue Route 88?
No, that's a state highway, and
That's no plans to widen that?
there's no plans to widen that.
You're saying by the township or the state?
The state would be the ones that would have to have plans to widen it, and the state does not have plans to widen it.
And it's not a discussion of their new traffic study that's going on in Lakewood.
I've heard nothing from them, and when the state wants to widen something, they come in, they take your property and they widen.
Yeah, but that will make the lot even smaller.
That would make all of the lots on Ocean Avenue smaller.
That's my concern. It is the corner of Route 88, and if ever down the road they do widen that, and let's say they take away 8 feet. So you're talking about a loss of another 780, 800 feet. So it goes down from.
But if it's not even a discussion, we can't take it would be a
Question is,
discussion.
if it's ever gonna be down the road.
Well, it is similar to the, it is similar to the one on the corner of North Oakland, which will have a duplex and will be the same situation. And they've been talking about widening Route 9 since 1979 when I moved into town. So I think by the time they widen Route 9, I'm probably not going to be on the right side of the dirt. And Route 88 will come after that, so nobody's going to remember what happened in 2017 with
Sure,
respect
50
to
years from now, no one's gonna bring up an ordinance that, hey, Pops, I said
If there is not a motion, then the application would be deemed to be denied because it's not being approved. So, with that in mind.
Avery, are you allowed to make a motion?
No.
Make the motion that this application get denied.
I have a motion of denial from Mr. Hal Halverson. Can I have a second on that one? Any seeing none? Well, let's go into motion. Is that motion out?
I motion that the application get approved with the regular stipulations that we have at the bottom, housing being either stucco or brick, and the
Irrigation
Irrigation
system,
and so on.
right, and the landscape planting,
Correct.
all the typical zoning board upgrades. And the applicant agrees with that. The architectural plans already shows that, so they are aware of that.
A motion from Obi Gonzalez to approve. Can I have another motion?
Need a second.
I need a second.
Okay, I'll second.
I have a second from Mayor Gelli. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Mr. Gelli.
Yes.
Mr. Halverson.
No.
Mr. Naftali.
Yes.
Mr. Ribbiat.
Yes.
Mr. Inger.
Abstain.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
And Mr. Halverson.
Yes. Good night and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna take now a 10-minute break. When we come back, we're gonna go into appeal number Zikron Chaim 4018.
It's gonna be a minimum.
That's not the way, right or wrong, that's not the way the code. The code talks about development. You had it for the first half hour ago.
That's the window. It doesn't specify this way, but in the RSI, right? That's the RSI is the one with this is the
Township's code, this code determination that what is in the area is at least equal.
RSIS, you can see it doesn't need parking. So the basement engineering requiring parking, but the RSIS doesn't get it. But that's where the argument comes in. The RSIS states that it's a separate unit. Then we usually calculate the parking from fresh, and as you know, when you calculate parking from fresh, it's like for one bedroom, usually it's like 8, so 2 bedrooms.
That's a legal interpretation. We're all going by not differential view codes.
It's got 28 review codes.
You know, to clarify, if the RSI says a separate unit, separate parking, then
That's a great master plan.
she told me straight too that the planning could change the basement ordinance and put a basement parking.
These are the
things that they're starting to do.
So that means this is out there, and it might be a problem.
That I I don't know
It's
who's
illegal.
doing what they're thinking. Yeah.
I just brought it up.
How are the kids? Did you ever get this straightened out?
I have a meeting, actually.
Yeah, we had these before, but the holidays came up and we got like garbage. Yeah, it didn't work. Not as bad as it usually is. Nothing changed. I would, if he followed through on this, he told me on the phone when I requested the first meeting, and he said, "It would change, it changed." It's a month later, nothing changed. You know, so, you know, that's, otherwise I would leave her alone, you know, if he follows through, I have no problems, you know. Thank you.
I don't know. It's a lost cause.
How you telling me?
Oh, my.
I'm going to drink it
That kind of night.
No, that kind of day. I'm not thinking straight.
Yeah. These fans are.
Yeah, these aren't working.
No. I know they're not on.
Because the developers are able to sell the houses about $100,000 more. They have a basement. They would have.
Hell no, baby. I know it is.
Hold on, I get to talk.
I don't want these numbers.
I'm not objecting to anything, I'm just talking about basics. I have, Last meeting was about never knows.
The real estate.
No, he's an old man. I need to hear something from the kid last month for the, he's not, he lives there, he lives on the and he told me last month, I'll see you next month, so I don't see him here.
Yeah. Well, listen, people get caught up.
Yeah, no, exactly. Okay.
I mean,
I would love to come to every meeting.
I mean, these meetings are so exciting.
Somebody get out of the house, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. But they're relaxing again. They're granting these. See, you've made your investment. You're raising your children. Last thing you need is something like that right next door. Because that devalues your property. I know. See, because there's, after the fact, there's no real enforcement. Nobody goes out. Yeah, I never hear that for a while. It's just unfair. It really is. They park on deals. They park everywhere. Okay, that helps. Yeah.
So you really could get down.
I mean, see, it's too bad they need to. I mean, that compels you that I can only run this way now, because if I want to go, yeah, get used to it. I know. Absolutely, absolutely. The overcrowded street, that's the worst thing that can be, because garbage trucks can't get out, school buses can't get out. Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine.
Each one. That was the revised plan. To come back to the revised plan. If I was, I could do it. Listen, do me a favor. They submitted the revised plans.
I felt that.
He actually did the last
This is, they should sell popcorn. I'm telling you, this is so. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy.
All right, let's go, boys.
Because if they get some doing the dancing.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, just keep
People get muscles.
Turn the front
They're not doing all the things that they should be doing to help with public transportation, to give people alternatives to so many cars. But you don't have a car, you can't go in.
Okay. Okay. We'll stop you.
Mayor,
I can talk.
how are they? Good? You can charge them every night. You gotta charge the box.
4018 Zukankayim, White Street Corner, West Cross.
Fran?
Terry Road applicant requests use and density variance relief to subdivide existing lot 15 and 100, lot 251.02 into 8 new single-family lots. The new lot is shown as proposed lot 1501 through 1508. 7 new single-family homes are proposed, and the existing two-story dwelling will remain on new lot 15.08 within the R40 single-family residential zone. The applicant seeks to develop this 4,962 acre property according to R15 standards.
That's 4.9.
4.9, yeah, I was going to correct. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Adam Pemberton with the applicant. Just to correct one thing, Fran said, the property is just under 5 acres, not 5,000 acres, but it's 4.9 acres and change. As also Fran indicated, it is in the R40. We are looking for subdivision to create 8 new lots under the R15 standard. But I do want to point out before we go too far down the line, the average lot size will be north of 26,000 square feet.
That's 11 lots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You said 8.
I don't know what you're...
So this
There are...
is- Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah,
I
we're
got
creating
confused
8...
because, see, I got confused because I saw a very large,
No
deep,
problem.
empty lot.
Yes, no.
Usually there would be a apartment house, duplex, a townhouse,
It-
something.
Yeah, and that's why I'm
Threw me
pointing
off.
out, I'd like to point out to the board, again, the average lot size here is going to be north of 26,000 square feet, with the smallest being 15,000 square feet.
Okay.
We are looking to create, as many 7 new lots. There'll be 7 new homes. There is 1 existing home that will remain. We do have Brian Flannery here. I would swear him in at this time.
Mr. Flannery, just ready to tell the whole truth, so we go.
I do. Brian Flannery, Jackson, New Jersey, licensed professional engineer and professional planner. As indicated, this is an application for roughly 5 acres to create 8 building lots. As Adam indicates, the average lot size is almost 27,000 square feet. The density that's allowed by the ordinance is 1.1 dwelling units per acre. At 1.1 dwelling units per acre, we'd be allowed to have 6. We're looking for 8. So a lot of times we come in with applications, and the board says, well, if you had 1 or 2 more, you know, it would make sense. In this case, we're looking for 2 more units density-wise than would be permitted by the ordinance. We look at this particular property, and there was a master plan amendment April 8th of 2014. April 8th, 2014, it was recommended that the zoning on this property be changed. If you look at page 4 of that report, that was adopted by the Lakewood Planning Board. It indicates by rezoning the study area to accommodate more housing units and a larger population.
That was the one that was fought in court and lost?
No.
Is not that part of
The
that whole?
ordinance that was adopted by the township committee, there was a lawsuit, and the judge said you didn't notice properly for the
Correct.
ordinance.
Was this part of that?
The master plan was not part of that. The master plan.
Not the master plan,
No,
but
but
the
this-
zoning
this-
ordinances that follow the master plan.
This
are part
Yes.
of
zoning
it.
ordinance that
Yes.
followed the master plan, this was
Master
part
plan.
of that?
One at a time.
The master plan was not voided, but the ordinances
Yes.
that follow the master plan were
Yes.
declared void.
For notice purposes.
Correct, but this piece was
Yeah.
part of that
This-
notice purpose?
Yes.
And that whole
That-
lawsuit?
That is correct.
This piece was part of it, that's what I
Yeah.
wasn't sure.
Yes.
Okay, so-
Yeah, excuse me, when you asked, was this part of the lawsuit, I thought you were referring to the master plan that I was reading. But
No, no,
the
no, no,
property,
no, no. That
right, the
whole
property was actually
Whopper,
rezoned by the township committee in accordance with the master plan. And if that hadn't been overturned, they would be able to build 12,000 square foot
It
lots.
was been a mess here.
If that's your opinion. It wasn't the opinion of the planning board or the governing body at the time. And I am very familiar with that neighborhood because I lived there for 30 years. And
Is it on a street called Flannery Way by any chance?
there's a street called Flannery Way on the other side of town. In this particular area, the neighbors said we should keep it as 2-acre lots. And I explained to those neighbors, if you keep it as 2-acre lots, who's going to move in there is schools. And after 7 schools moved in, that's when those neighbors are the ones who precipitated this master plan amendment. And the master plan amendment indicates that the township would be making a proactive effort to accommodate its growing population consistent with the overall objectives of the smart growth plan. This particular master plan indicated a recommended density of 3.3 dwelling units per acre. And again, we're only asking for 1.6, which is less than half of what the master plan had recommended. Continuing with the justification for the variances, the 2007 master plan on page 35 for housing indicated that there's a tremendous growth and that despite all the efforts, not all the housing is being accommodated. Page 56 indicates to encourage growth, development and redevelopment based on smart growth planning principles. And the planning board in their amendment indicated that it was their opinion. And I agree with their opinion that this is in accordance with smart growth planning principles. The municipal land use law, NJAC 40:55B2, under the purpose of the act, says to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all lands in a state in a manner which will promote public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. And it's my opinion that this plan does that. It certainly, notice was sent out to the neighbors in this neighborhood, and the board will certainly hear from neighbors if they feel that this plan is not appropriate. I'm kind of expecting that we'll hear from Mr. Hobday and Mr. Klein, that they'll have some questions relating to it. But as to impacting the neighbors, they would be redeveloping a property and providing 8 nice housing opportunities on 100-foot wide lots. E says to promote the establishment of appropriate population densities and concentrations that will contribute to the well-being of persons, neighborhoods, communities, regions, and preservation of the environment. And as I indicated, the density that's being proposed here is half of what the master plan had recommended. We're looking for a special reasons variance, a D variance, and this property is particularly well suited for the development. It has frontage along White Street. It has an existing house, Mr. Smithers' house. Bill, as any of the old-time residents know, was the chairman of the planning board for many years. He's got a beautiful house there that'll be retained as part of this development, right next to the school, which is next door. The R40 in this area, the neighbors of this area had had looked into how the area changes when you try to keep it at R40 lots. Nobody is doing R40 developments in Lakewood. There is an area where there's R40 established, but as far as new areas where there's schools next to it and a road network that really doesn't accommodate those type of houses, this is the type of development that's well suited for this area, in my opinion, and it was in the opinion of the planning board as well. Looking at Terry's report, he indicates the relief that we're requesting with respect to density, as I indicated, 1.6 rather than 1.1. To get there, we're looking for the R15 standards, which is a minimum 15,000 square foot lot. The average is closer to 27. The minimum lot width, we're asking for 100. The master plan did say for the R40, the 2007 master plan for the R40 indicated that the lot width should be 100 because 150-foot wide lots in Lakewood don't make sense. The required front setback, we're asking for 30 instead of 50. And the one lot, there's an existing house which well exceeds that. The three deeper lots, certainly it makes sense that the depths would be, the houses would be set back further than that because they have the availability. And then the 15,000 square foot lots that are to the north of Mr. Smithers' houses would be the ones where we'd be looking for the 30-foot setback. We're also looking for a coverage variance of 30% instead of 25. And obviously that's only needed on the 15,000 square foot lots. On the Smithers residence that's staying, there's the coverage is nowhere near that. And the three larger lots, the coverage would be nowhere near that. Continuing in Terry's report, he's asking for the testimony on the number of bedrooms and I would anticipate these would be the typical Lakewood homes of 5 and 6 bedrooms. The developer of this property will be the same developer of Quarry Court. I think the board would be very familiar with that development, and it's a very nice development. Nobody rents out their basements. They have beautiful houses on the lots, and we would anticipate the same thing on these lots. The plans are showing 4 parking spaces per dwelling. They have plenty of room. If a basement does get rented and it requires 5 parking spaces, 5, 6, 7 parking spaces can fit on these lots with no problem. And the building department and the zoning office could certainly take care of that. Terry asked for testimony on the HVAC equipment. And the HVAC equipment would be inside of the houses, and they're 100-foot wide lots, so there's really no problem in accommodating that. With respect to the architecturals, these will be custom-built homes. We don't have typical plans. It's 1 house is existing, and 7 more will be built. The lots are large enough that they will be on septic, and there is public water. The trash would be picked up by DPW. And that really addresses the comments in Terry's report. I would expect that Mr. Klein with the Take Back Lakewood mantle will get up again and say this is spot zoning, and he clearly doesn't understand the definition of spot zoning. Spot zoning is where a property is rezoned for a small piece of property to an incompatible zone with the existing uses. A2 shows where this property is located. And in orange, we show where the subject lot is. The blue properties are the schools that were built in this neighborhood when it was the A2 zone and the R40 zone, when there wasn't a demand for a 1-acre lot. And the property then wasn't as valuable, and it accommodated schools. This property could fit a school. The existing school next to it could certainly expand, and that would create more traffic and more impact than the housing that we're presenting, especially in light of the fact that the zoning that's permitted by ordinance would be 6, and we're only looking for 8. The pink properties that are shown here are approvals that were granted in this area by the zoning board for projects that were consistent with the 2014 master plan amendment. The green is the Crystal Lake Preserve, and if you look where this property is located, that's where the 2014 master plan amendment looked at it and said this is an area. It's an area that's outside of CAFRA, so it's an area that the state has determined is not as critical from an environmental standpoint. The area in this area that is critical environmentally is the Crystal Lake Preserve, which is predominantly owned by the township, and the township has restricted development on those lots. So this whole green area will stay there. It's got paths that go through it. It's a beautiful recreation area, and it provides a buffer, and it also reduces the density. I lived in this neighborhood, and the traffic was very nice until the schools started coming in. The traffic in this area was impacted by schools. It gets impacted by people coming to school, people from Jackson. Cross Street goes right into Jackson, so the people that are living in Jackson and driving their kids to the school are coming to Lakewood for the benefits that Lakewood has to offer, increase the traffic. The traffic on these roads is already at a situation, and not based on any development in the area, but based on the fact that it's in Lakewood. And the addition of these two homes, it's my testimony, would actually benefit the area because it'll be more residents, there's more houses. The Drake Road, the problem with Drake Road for years has been that there aren't houses on it. People drive through there like it's a speedway because it's not a residential area. White Street also has a lot of cut-throughs. It's my testimony that putting these houses in there will actually improve that situation by developing the area, and it's certainly a better alternative than to have a school on the site. It's my testimony.
Where are the solid waste cans to be in the rear?
They would be in the rear, as in
The basement
both
steps are
single.
in the rear?
Yes.
Give me 1 minute, please. Swift is the school next door.
School is directly next door.
That's the school's called Canal Swiftka, lot 16.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so this is, it says 90 here. It says 90 here, on your map it says 0216. It says lot.
Oh, what are we looking at?
Confused here.
It's lot 16.
Where is it?
Lot
Show me.
90 is on the other
Where's
side of
16?
16.
Where's 16? I have this in front of me here. Don't I?
This is the tax map.
And what do I have here?
You have a plan that shows from the tax map,
It says 90 here.
says 90 is labeled incorrectly.
Oh, okay. Okay, so
Schools
this
are-
is, this.
No, it's on this map.
Oh,
What is it?
Yes,
Okay, so this is 16? Oh, 90 is the one next to it, right here.
correct.
Okay. What I'm trying to figure out over here is, okay. Okay, I have a quick question. Brian,
Yes.
you have your 100 by 150 foot lots. Before I get into the actual variance, 15,000, 40,000, 22,000, I just have a question on your variance that you're seeking. If you have 100 by 150, why are we seeking 10-foot side yard setbacks? Why not stick to what is, what the R40 is 25?
Because
Combined.
we're trying to provide the
Side yard
homeowners
15.
flexibility to build the house that meets their family. We're looking at custom homes, and
I understand
you
that,
you
but
indicated
there's no
on,
custom homes at 15, at
you
15.
you indicated on a prior meeting how the homes on Hope Hill were beautiful homes in a beautiful development.
On 2 acres, yeah.
On Hope Hill, they're not on
No
2
1
acres.
acre there, or?
No, they're not on 1 acre.
1,000
They're on 15,000 square foot lots.
Okay, but they're.
And they're on 15,000 square foot lots with 10-foot side yard
But
setback.
if we have the space, why do we have to make it 10 feet wide? Why do we have to make it 10-foot side yard setback?
If the board, we wanted the flexibility for the buyers that were gonna buy it.
Let's keep it to the 15 feet, you have 30 feet. Let's make it conducive to what an R40 really would look like. What? Yeah, so.
Wait, one at a time, guys.
70-foot white house.
Hold on, excuse me. I got 4 people talking.
You know, I was gonna say, if it's 70-foot white house, what's wrong with that?
Right now, the plan's actually showing 62 foot.
Well, they're asking for a 10-foot side.
Then I understand.
So let's, keep within.
70.
I only see one of them needing a 10-foot setback.
Yes, and the 10-foot setback is only needed on the corner lot. And the applicant would agree to 15-foot minimum on the other one.
No, let's stick to what's really.
Well, the
legal.
corner lot,
Then
the corner lot has
Don't
a,
talk about the 15,000 square foot lots, but let's at least get within the line.
And you could rotate the house at the corner lot, you could rotate the house and have a fronting West Cross Street also.
No? And the same thing goes with total side yard 25, okay, rear yard 20. On 150 feet, why do we need a rear yard of 20?
we were showing standards consistent with the R-15.
I understand that.
But it's
Well-
not 40.
But it's an R40, so let's show
Yes.
standards which is an R40 at 15,000 square feet.
And again, if that's a problem for the board, then the applicant would certainly adjust those. He was trying to leave criteria so that the future homeowners who were gonna build custom homes had flexibility consistent with an R-15 zone.
So if you have, again, we have, right now we're down to a house that's 70 feet wide. We have a house.
Except on the
that's-
corner, we can't get 70 on the corner.
Okay, we'll talk about the corner in a few minutes, or we won't talk about it, whatever, we'll leave the corner out for a moment. So we got now 70 feet wide house, we have 150 feet, 30 feet front yard setback, what do we got over here?
You'd have 70.
Rear yard 20 feet,
The
rear yard, no,
We're-
rear yard 30 feet, that's 60, right? So we got 30 and 30 is 60. 100 divided by 60 is 90, so we got 70 by 90, 6,500 square foot per floor, 12,000, 13,000 square foot homes, you know?
I always defer to your wisdom, Mr. Chairman. So as
Thank
far
you
as a
for
rear yard,
flatter.
as far
My
as
name's not flatter.
as far as a rear
So
yard
flatter.
setback,
What?
as far as a rear yard setback, what would you feel would be appropriate?
Let's stick to the R4, so many R40 standards here. We got your, our rear yard was 30 feet? Why do we need 20 feet?
We don't need 20 feet. We'll amend the application to delete the rear yard
So now
setback.
we're down to one variance, which is 15,000 on R40.
And the front yard setback also.
Yeah, well, 30 feet's pretty deep enough.
Okay, so that's two variants.
Two variances, unless you guys want to go further down, to 40 feet down. I'll leave that for you. Okay, so now, do we do 15,000 square feet in an R40? And I refer to my fellow wise board members to pick up that. Okay? Anyone else have any comments over here?
I have a question. How much are you widening the street? White.
It's approximately, I believe, 11 feet.
Was Cross Street being widened by the state? Did I read that right in Asbury Park, Chris? What? By the county? Did I read that right?
Yeah,
Right?
it's in talks.
It's in talks. To make it a two-lane?
Cross Street.
Cross Street?
Yes.
Cross Street is in discussion with the state for widening, correct? Harry?
I'm sorry.
Cross Street is in discussion in the county to widen, correct?
That's a county road, correct?
Right, but they're discussing now widening Cross Street? Did
I
hear
believe
that?
they are.
Right?
I'm not 100% certain.
But I read something like that in the paper somewhere.
Well, I spoke with the county engineer, who indicated that they're planning on, in the near future, widening it to a total of 3 lanes, And the,
I'm not up to the near future, I'm up to now. In the near future, maybe 50 years, I won't remember.
that's within a couple of years to 3 lanes. But the ultimate goal, and they're looking at how they'll acquire the right-of-way. I think probably the senior communities will give them a little bit of right-of-way if they widen the road, but I'll let Mr. Hadday discuss that. And going to 4 lanes is the ultimate goal, 2 in each direction for cross street. And the only thing that would slow that down currently would be the right-of-way acquisition.
So,
I think I read some more about it.
How, with the pavement width will...
Back to White Street, yeah.
Right. There'll be a, from our center line over, there'll be 16 feet. It's about an 11-foot road wide.
11 feet. And now, these maps are showing it after the widening? So or there's gonna be an easement?
No, the right-of-way already exists. The right-of-way already exists.
You're widening the road?
Yes, and we're showing it, yes, and the plans you see show.
Consistent with the county plan, as you understand.
Yes.
Yes.
And you're widening it, what, to the rear of your properties or further down?
To the front.
The frontage of our property.
So again, I'm sorry, the maps that were being shown now, that's going to be included?
It shows, that already shows the widening.
So there's not gonna be an additional easement or setback?
No,
This is
that,
what it's going to
It's
be.
100 by 150 after.
yes, it takes into effect,
Right,
yes.
after the widening.
Into account,
So it's
sorry.
still a widening, it's gonna be 11 feet long, bigger. It's gonna be 111, 161 by 100.
Well, it's going to be.
Yeah, but yeah.
It's gonna be 161.
161, but you guys are widening it, so it's gonna stay at
Yes.
150. Right?
Yes.
I have a wise
And
ass
what
question. One second. What's going on back here? I wanna know why the house is in the front and this whole big backyard over here. When are we coming in from the school? Are we coming back in next month or in a year?
School owns the property now.
Split?
It's owned by a school, the property.
Yeah, I see that.
What's
But-
going on? You'd have to ask Mr. Smithers. Now, he-
No, the other 3 lots. Why are the houses in the front on White Street, and you have that whole backyard, like 300 feet?
We're-
I'm curious to know if you're not putting a street from Menostra Pirocco or the school that's over here.
No, it's
And
to
then
make,
you're gonna split and slide up in half now to 15,000 square feet.
it's
in a year from now.
make nice lots. This is not, there's nowhere, there's no backstory, there's no back end.
Brian
This
cares
is,
about approvals, not about nice lots.
that hurts.
that's why I started the application with saying, while we have some 15,000 square foot lots, these are almost 27,000 square foot lots for a reason, because they're nice lots. If you're familiar with the area, there are nice houses being built.
My office is down the block from there. You know?
So Brian, just to know.
Would you like to buy a lot?
You guys are adding the lighting,
Maybe.
right?
Adding what?
You're adding the lighting? The applicant is gonna be paying for lighting, posts? I read the review letter, it says that there's gonna be
The street lights, yeah, that's the applicant's responsibility.
right, and obviously curbs and.
Yes, curbs and sidewalks and all of the improvements in accordance with township standards.
Okay. Anyone else? Any other questions?
How does Smithers get into his house? Where's the entrance?
Front on West Cross.
Yeah.
So what's it, point to me, show me the that.
Well, currently, his entrance is close to where the new lot line is.
Okay.
He'll have to have an entrance that comes straight
So
in.
he's gonna have this like humongous driveway.
He already has a
Yeah,
humongous driveway.
but the driveway currently is here.
He's just gonna move it over.
It's going to be rerouted inside that property.
And that seems to be a trend that planning board chairmans get nice big houses and stuff.
And drive. He wants a big one.
With no parking.
I have a question for Jerry. So, part of this application is this big lot. If we were to go ahead and approve, let's say for R15, does that mean they can come back and make R15 to add a?
No.
No, this application is for the layout that's shown.
Yeah.
This is a use and site
Well,
plan.
and somebody could come back. Somebody can always come back.
Yeah, but right now, we're not giving up the right,
No.
lot 15.0.
Oh, wait.
Is going to stay that size.
Right,
That's
it's north of
correct.
65,000
That's
square
what the
feet.
map shows, that's correct. They'd have to come back in here or the planning board to subdivide that lot if they wanted to.
Just wanted that on the record, because I don't want
Yeah,
that.
it's not what we're asking for tonight. We're asking for it's 8 lot. That's fine.
So, Mr. Chairman, you did say we'd get back to the corner lot. So
What?
you did say we'd get back to the corner lot. We would like to have a 10-foot side on the corner lot because it has a front setback and a side setback. All the other lots, we've agreed that we're going to comply with the bulk standards for R40.
But I also said that we're gonna leave the size of the lots to my fellow board members, and I was gonna talk about that.
Okay?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm talking about this corner lot, the side setback. This is an R40.
Yes.
So to go for an R40, you go down to 30,000 square feet, which you have. But good to go down to an R15, why?
You're talking about going down 2 levels.
Well,
Instead of going down 1 notch.
I look at it,
You're going down.
I look
okay.
at it based on the master plan that said a density should be 3.63, and we're only asking.
Everywhere in town, 3.6.
No, for this particular area. The 2014 master plan amendment was for this particular area, and the recommendation for this property was a density of 3.63 dwelling units per acre. We're only asking for 1.6. And again, it's 2 extra units. And the theory is that the R40 in this area isn't working. People aren't building on this area 40,000 square foot lots.
But according to this plan, they won't be building on 30,000 square feet lots.
Yes.
Because they have 3 of them. So just let's keep it the same size, just keep it 30.
Well,
It doesn't work.
it doesn't make sense. Part of the reason when we come here, we have to show that it's particularly well suited. If you look at Maplehurst, which is a stone's throw away.
Which one is Maplehurst, the green?
Maplehurst is here. This is 12,000 square foot lots. The pink was approved by this board for 12,000 square foot.
No, I'll take that back. The pink was approved by this one, that's the one in Maplehurst, whatever the name of that street on top.
The other side of Maplehurst, on the south side of
Where
Maplehurst.
Bob Singer's house used to be.
No, that's down here.
Oh, that's down there?
That's the other one you approved.
Because right over there, we told him that R15s is not gonna fly. And he's gotta come into something like 18,000, 20,000 square foot lots back in
Average.
there.
He
came for 12 and we did not give him the 12,000.
And we're not coming here for 12.
What?
But
We're not coming here for
But
12. We understand
the
that.
one on Maplehurst was approved for 12,000 square foot lots. And the opposite side of the street is already existing 12,000 square foot lots. And in this neighborhood where I used to live, where people said, let's keep it at 1 acre, what got developed is all the schools. And the traffic from the schools has more impact on the neighbors. And you recall a prior application that we had, some of the neighbors came and said, please, we don't want any more schools. Lot size is consistent with the 2014 plan.
Across the street from your old house, when Shmuel Grabinowitz was developed.
Yes.
Those are what size lots?
15,000.
Which goes right into Katz's farm, up around Drake.
15,000 square foot
How
lots,
much?
15,000
Those
square
are
foot
15?
with
What
10,000
zone?
foot side setbacks.
Mr. Chairman?
What zone is that?
R40 zone.
R40.
And again, that
15,000
was,
square foot lots in the R40 zone.
that wasn't done by us, was that?
No, that was done by the planning board.
Okay, and
And the
that's
cluster,
15,000, what did you say before? What was
With
that?
10-foot side yard setbacks.
Okay. How wide are their lots?
Their lots are,
80, 90?
yeah, 80 or 90.
Okay, and here we got 100.
Yes, and we've already agreed on 15 and 15.
But what my fellow board member's saying, we normally don't go down so many notches, especially in a neighborhood like that. What are we gonna do?
Well, what Mr. Gelli is saying is why should you do it? And I'm saying because it's the planning board's recommendation, and I read their reasoning for that. And just like on the earlier application where the planning board recommended an R75 zone and the board looked at something consistent with the R75 zone, it would be the same reasoning. The part of getting an approval here is we have to show that it's particularly suited, and there's something particularly suited about this. And the fact that we're leaving a large lot next to the school, creating large lots that leave the buffer from the school, this being on a corner, the second part of that, we have to show why it would be inconsistent with the master plan. And we don't have to show that because this is consistent with the master plan. And actually, it's not consistent with the master plan because the master plan said 12,000, a density of 3.63, and we have averaged 27,000. When you look at going down the zone, there is no R30 zone. So
No, but I know that, but there's no R10.
there's an R20, so if you look at dropping down one zone, just like the R10 went to R75, the R40 goes to R20, and the R20 allows you an average lot size of 20.
I just have another thought. Take out one of these 15,000 square foot lots, divide that into and take the 100 feet, divide it by 3, add 33 feet to each lot, you'll have about 18,000, 19,000 square foot lots. What? 20. Instead of having 8 lots, you'll have 7 lots.
But this is a particular piece of property with a house on it next to a school. So it's a unique piece of property. To just randomly say 20,000 square feet.
Listen,
leave it at 40.
What?
So leave it at R40 then.
You know?
Well, at R40, you're gonna end up with a school that's gonna be worse
We're
impact.
spinning in circles.
Yes.
Let's open to the public, hear what the public has to say, because I have to get to a certain application, because I have time of the essence on a certain application tonight, and I don't have much time to waste. Behind where? 1 second. Behind what?
Behind some other towns.
There's a school. No, the school's on this side. Yes, 3-story school.
Yeah, there's a school right here.
There's a school right there. There's a school, that's Bnosrivka. Okay.
Mr. Klein, do you affirm to tell the whole truth?
I affirm. Such an application, Brian, do you have to show hardship?
No.
What'd you say?
You don't have to show hardship.
Do not have to show it.
Okay. About the basement issue. Something Brian said that I'm finally agreeing with him. He said that if the applicant comes and wants to do a basement apartment, he's going to be required to put in 5 parking spots, not only 4. Just said it before. Just want to ask Brian, is that correct? Because there was before a question by the board, when the question is if a 5-bedroom house needs only 3 or 4 parking spots, and when you do a basement and you make it into an apartment and it becomes a separate unit, you have to provide another 2 parkings, and that's where your calculation comes to 5. And you said that if the applicant will go and make it into a basement apartment, the applicant will provide 5 parking, even though it's not a thing that he's asking now on the board to do.
Is this about this application?
Yes, it's about this application because he made testimony to that, so I have the right to question him on that.
If this property were to have a basement apartment and enough bedrooms in the other apartment, because that's what the engineering office looks at, the number of bedrooms, and the determination was that it needed 5 parking spaces, there's plenty of room to provide 5 parking spaces.
Determination by the engineering office.
Yes.
Okay.
So is that, you're pulling back what you said before? Because before you said that if he makes it into an apartment, the basement, he will be required to put in 5, and is that?
But what I said before, and I was trying to circumvent testimony that really has nothing to do with this board, and I was saying there's plenty of room for parking. I never made a determination on what the parking requirement is. The parking requirement is in accordance with the RSIS, and I rely on the township engineer to review the plans that are submitted and determine how many parking
Why are we
spaces.
discussing it again? If we need 5, we need 5, we need 4, we need 4, whatever the township engineer is going to say by the time of CO. Next.
It is a concern because if he makes access to the basements, it's your job as far as the zoning board to make sure that the applicant has an intent to follow the ordinance and not follow.
Mr.
Even
Klein,
though, yes,
Mr. Flannery just said that if he puts a basement, a unit, separate unit in, he'll comply with RSIS standards. That'll be in the resolution. That's what he said.
yes, he says it by every application. And look at Lakewood. You have a few thousand illegal basement apartments, and that's because he complies with he claims that he complies with the RSIS. But the fact is the end user does know. Till a few weeks ago, I didn't know that most of the basements in Lakewood are illegal. I didn't know either. I just found out about it. So again, this comes from putting this stuff into the resolution and the zoning board and planning board not making sure that people are educated or there's no access to the basement. Even though this is a single family house, I don't see that there's a problem, but I'm just saying in general. Now, with what?
Excuse me, Gary, is that responsibility enforcement or not really?
No, that's building department.
Yeah, I understand that the board wants to play dumb. Next, as far as the master plan, Brian said that.
10 seconds.
What?
10 seconds to 4 minutes are up.
So you're basically going to shut me down?
Yes.
I guess I'll continue talking till, I guess, they'll take me down from the podium.
Next, please.
So,
Jerry, can you help me out here?
He's bigger than I am, Chairman. I don't know how I can help you. You hit the 4-minute mark, Mr. Klein. Why don't you sit, see if anyone else wants to testify. If there's time, then you can move back.
again, you're telling me is that I can't continue? I just questioned the witness. I didn't even make my statement.
The board has adopted a 4-minute policy in order that we have like 10 applications on it. And apparently you've been more than 4 minutes.
So you're going to tell me that I can't continue talking now?
Yes.
I can't make my statement?
Yes. And what I said to you is if we have time, you can come back up.
Of course the board is not going to have time. This 4-minute rule was made because the board doesn't like what I'm saying.
No, that's not true. It's made because we have like 8 different
I
applications.
have to get to all the applications and I have to.
And interesting is that I have an email from you, is that the 4-minute rule is because of the problem with attorneys, you give more time. You cannot make the rule as a resident because you have an email that you will correct that ordinance.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Now it's 6 or 7 minutes. Why don't we let some other members of the public speak?
So you're not letting me to continue speaking?
One more time. That's correct. One more time.
So you're shutting me down, not letting me speak?
You've exceeded 4 minutes, which is the board's policy to try to expedite the application.
And who timed it?
I'm sorry, sir?
Who timed the 4 minutes?
I don't know.
So it might have been, what?
Right there.
What is there? You have a calculator there.
No, that's your time.
What?
You run in 4 minutes.
And when did you start it?
Before
Are you gonna stay here an hour now to argue?
No, I want to make my statement.
So please, make your statement. Make your statement. Get
Okay, so I'll make my statement, I'll make it fast. As far as the master plan, Brian claims that the master plan says that this should have been a R12, R15. A few weeks ago, 2 zoning boards passed, there was an applicant coming in over here and the board told him no, because it's not spot zoning. Now, Brian claimed that it is not spot zoning because you could put in schools. If there is more properties like that you could put in R15 and divide the properties like this should be spot zoning. So when Brian claims that it's not spot zoning, what?
Go ahead, no.
Brian claimed that it's not spot zoning because you could put in schools. That argument doesn't make sense. As far as he's claiming is that I don't understand the spot zoning, but he doesn't explain why it's not spot zoning. If this board, the township committee, did not act on that, and the court said that it's still R40 because the township committee had no right of acting that on application, and this zoning board, he's coming over here to basically do something that the township committee didn't do. So the developer was, if he feels that this property should be changed to R40, go to the master plan committee, recommend it, and let them change it. But the fact that he's coming for this zoning board to do it, and it looks like you guys are getting irritated by my speaking, and it's okay, that's what you're here for. But I have a right to speak. But The fact is that you're doing the township committee's job and you shouldn't be doing it. And I know you guys are tending to do it. You're trying to advise them to do it to R40, to R20. It was probably the applicant did R15 to negotiate the R20. We know the games, but you still shouldn't be doing it. You should stay with R40 unless if the township committee recommends doing it, and I have no problem with it. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Mr. Hobley, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth?
I do. I want to compliment Brian for being a mind reader. He said that myself and Mr. Klein would have something to say. In this case, Mr. Klein was right on target here. This is R40. And I know Brian's testimony about it's incorrect to say this is spot zoning, but it's taking an R40 area and substantially wants to make it R15. Huge change. Now, there is a school in the area, in fact, a lot of schools, and the congestion up there right now is so bad that people no longer try to go up West Cross Street because you can't get through. You have to go around Lakewood. If I was Terry, I would charge them an extra fee for the ink cartridges that were used to put this report together. Tell me what substantially complete means. Is this application complete or is it substantially complete?
It's complete based upon what we asked for, which they provided. If you look at page 2 of our letter, Mr. Holiday.
Well, I see 28 scenarios here. Are you saying that they have complied with everything?
There's a difference between complete and fully correct, which most applications are not. The completeness standpoint, we raised 2 issues. We wanted testimony to satisfy the variance request, which the board is hearing, and we wanted an aerial exhibit clearly identifying the site, surrounding land uses, and the property, which you have between the 2 boards.
Well, I look at your report, Terry.
There are a number of technical items that have to be corrected. That's
Oh,
correct.
lots of them.
Correct.
Lots of them. This area of Cross Street, I mean, we've got schools everywhere with lots of students, a humongous buses. You can't get in and out. Jay's Bus Company is right there in the middle of it all. The last time we checked with Ocean County about what are you going to do about Cross Street? Do that? And they kind of snicker. Maybe down the line somewhere. I can assure you that Brian and I will have met our maker before they improve that street. That's not going to happen in my lifetime. Maybe young fellas like you, possibly. But for me, I'm never going to see Cross Street being improved that much. And to look at the number of homes, the number of automobiles, the congestion there. Once you get there, you better be willing to stay in your house because you're not going to be able to get out on the roadway for anything. I mean, we're almost trying to pretend the master plan says we can do this. The judge said, wait a minute, you didn't notice properly because somebody really complained. Somebody really was insulted by the action that you're going to bring this kind of density to Cross Street and nearby Cross Street. And they did their homework and they went to a Superior Court judge who said, you know, you're right. And now we come back and say, he really didn't mean it. We're not going to think about this as R40. We're going to think about this as R15. You can build all these houses. And that's not true. You can't. It's R40 because the judge said it was, and he overturned everything that allowed for stuff like this to be done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and I appreciate your sticking to the time frame.
Madam, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth?
Yeah.
Would you give us your full name and spell your last?
Nechama Goldstein, Goldstein.
And could you give me your first name again, please?
Yeah, Nechama, Nechama.
Thank you.
Okay.
Address, ma'am?
31 Kingsfield Drive. I just want to know, can I clarify how big the lot sizes are? You said they're all different sizes?
They range from 15,000 to 60-some thousand. 60,000, 15, 15, 15, 15, 30, 30, 30.
So by making this an R15 zone, you're opening this up to, you're not making it an R15?
It's still going to be an R40 zone.
Ms. Goldstein, we understand what you mean, that's all right, go ahead.
Right, so by getting a variance to make this an R15 house, whatever, so basically you have a 60,000, did you say 60,000?
Yes.
Square foot lot? And yes, he does have to come back for a variance, like you say, but now it's zoned R15. I'm saying there was an application just earlier this evening that the neighbors came to complain that they didn't want the house, and they said, well, it's zoned that way, there's nothing we could do. Yeah, we could, make them trouble with the setbacks or whatever, but, so basically, you're taking this 60,000 square foot lot, and you're adding another 4 homes. No, that's not what they're asking for, I understand. And I know Mr. Flannery is gonna say, look at what we're proposing now, don't look at what's in the future, but you have to be fools not to look at the future. I mean, by opening this up, you're opening yourself up to a lot more than 8 houses. I don't know if there's any way that you could do zoning, I don't know what the laws are, but like, could you say that this lot can have only 8 houses, not like forever? This is not an R15, this is like, because basically what you're doing is opening up yourself to so many more possibilities of houses by doing this, and even this is too much for the area. I know, it's an R40 zone. It should not be less than an R40. And if you want to stick on an extra house, maybe, you let people stick on an extra house. People do duplexes, so you stick on one more house. But this is like, you're putting in so much more than should be, and that area is not able to handle more, So I know it's not high density, like you say, and people need houses, but this is not where it's needed. This is not the setting for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the public want to be heard?
Yes, sir. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth?
Yes.
And could you give us your full name and spell your last?
Abraham Honig.
I'm sorry, sir.
Abraham Honig.
Spell your last name?
Honig. Okay. I purchased a home and I'm living now on 170 White. That's directly across the street from this application. And we would actually, as a neighbor, be very excited that it should be nice single-family homes developed instead of schools and other things. And we would really want the township to approve this.
Thank you. Anyone else want to be heard?
Sir, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth so help you God?
Yes.
Give us your full name, spell your last.
Menachem Lefkowitz, L-E-F.
You got to get closer to the mic.
Menachem Lefkowitz, L-E-F-K-O-W-I-T-Z.
Thank you.
I also live in the neighborhood. I live across the street on Olive Court. I think this is a beautiful application. I think it really helped the whole neighborhood to get some more single-family homes in this neighborhood. I think it only could enhance the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Especially with them also widening the street, which would be a big help.
How is it going to enhance the neighborhood?
It'll make, we don't want more schools in the neighborhood. We want to stay a residential neighborhood with regular single-family houses.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? We'll close to the public. You want to say something?
Yitzchak Schreiber, S-C-H-R-E-I-B-E-R.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth?
I do.
I'm sorry I interrupted you. Give us your full name.
Y-I-T-Z-C-H-O-K. SCHZCHOK SCHREIBER. Okay, I actually designed this project, because I live right across the street on 1403, I also own 1402, so I'm the most affected by this entire project. One thing in mind we had when we designed the project, what's the least amount of lots we could put there to be able to get the school to go somewhere else. So this is owned by a school, they're willing to build, but they don't want to build if the neighbors don't want. So we designed it in a way, the least possible lots, for us to be able to afford, to buy them out, and they could go to a different spot. You talk about R20, these are 27,000. The only reason you would care to go from 40 to 20 is density-wise. We're not asking to change the zone, keep the zone R40, we're asking for this site plan to be approved. The most affected, I think it's beautiful.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close to the public. We have a 45-minute rule on an application. I really appreciate it when we come back in next month and we go further.
We're at the end of the with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, we're at the end of the application. We've closed it to the public. Unless there's questions any comments from the board.
Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes. I must get the.
Well, do you need to sum up?
I think you heard the application. People don't want schools in the area, and we're willing to comply with what the board asked regarding the rear yard setback. And the only thing we're asking for is on the corner lot.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Jerry, this question is for Jerry. If this were to get approved, I mean, technically a school can still buy a smaller school maybe, or the 60,000 square foot lot, or maybe the 30,000 square foot lot, and build a structure there, because technically schools can go anywhere. Do we have the right, as far as the board, to restrict any schools from coming in to this area, to these lots?
Do you have a right to restrict them? No, the zoning ordinance is, assuming that the zoning ordinance is compliant, I think it would. The town has adopted an ordinance allowing schools as permitted uses in this zone.
Okay, so I can't guarantee, I mean, I'm sure there's schools are not, they're much smaller, but we can't restrict it.
You can't prohibit schools, they're permitted
Okay.
uses. Yeah,
You can't prohibit it, but it's the applicant's clear intent to build houses.
we got it,
No, I
we got it.
understand. I understand,
Okay.
just to.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I'd like to suggest is that to go from R40 and make R50 lots, some of 30, correct, 30,000 square feet, but the 15 is just too small. I mean, if they would make 2 out of the 15, I would make sense, maybe 3, but R50 is just too small.
So you're saying is take out 1 and just divide that?
Maybe, ideally make 2. I
Now,
have 5
and
lots.
Chairman, we're not gonna redesign the project.
Correct. I understand that.
Okay.
I'm saying,
I understand that.
that's just my feeling.
And I'm just going to reiterate again, these are on average almost 27,000 square foot lots.
I know on average,
I-
but
I understand.
per
I just-
lot, we're looking at the 15,000. I'm not looking at the 23, at the 30,000 square foot lots. I don't think that's the problem. I think we're looking at this White Street piece right down here where we have 15,000 square foot lots. I think that's what we're looking at, okay?
And the board has approved in the area 15,000 square foot lot.
The board has made mistakes in the past also.
And the,
I actually disagree. I like the project the way it is. I don't think it's anything really so terrible, 15,000 square feet. I see single-family homes going in that area. I go through that area all the time. I think that average, not average, we have 30,000 square feet on some of the lots. The other one is 60,000. It is being buffered. The school is being buffered. 15,000 square foot lots in single-family homes. They're not duplexes. They're not on top of each other. We're giving them the 40, R40 in between them. I have no
So make a motion.
Okay, so we're up to the motion. This is what we have going over here. So, can I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Okay.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Marco Natale, second by Obi Gonzalez.
Now,
Madam
as I
Secretary.
understand it, the applicant has removed any request for sideline setback,
Except
except for the one corner lot. That request is to
the
remain.
combined, the R40 says 40 feet. The chairman had indicated 15 and 15, which the applicant, and the number that was given was a 70-foot wide house.
What I was referring
Yes.
to was 15 and 15, which is 30.
Yes, so the applicant has amended the application that they're only asking for bulk relief for the corner lot to be a side yard of 10 and a combined of 30 rather than 40.
And we removed the rear yard.
No rear yard, no front yard.
Got it.
The rear yard too? What do you mean no rear yard?
So we
No,
removed
removed it,
the
no
request.
variance.
Right.
For variance, I removed the
No
request.
variance for
Rear yard stays the way it
rear,
is.
no variance for front.
Correct. Okay, Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Mr. Gilli,
No.
Mr. Halverson,
No.
Mr. Naftali,
Yes.
Mr. Ribbiat,
Yes.
Mr. Inger,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. Halverson.
Yes, good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, moving forward. Adam?
Yeah.
Can you come here please a minute?
Mr. Chairman, my client, Zissel Morris, said that he would carry to the next meeting if he would be first on the meeting.
Fine. What's his name? Adam? Adam. What? I'm gonna see in a second. Who's 4020? Puni Halper. Connie Halper. Okay, 1 minute, please.
Should I read it?
No.
Not to read?
Wait a minute. Wait a second. Yes. 4024 is being carried. Can I have a motion to carry 4024? Cecil Morris, motion from Mayor Gelli. Second from Madam Naftali. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
We carry 4024?
Yes.
Gilli, Halverson.
Yes.
Naftali. Ribbiat. Inger.
Yes.
Gonzalez and Halverson.
Yes.
Okay, that's 4024.
Okay, so anyone that's here for 4020 Cecil Morris, 5 James Street, 402024, you'll be heard on.
No, 4024 is gonna go.
4024.
I
4024.
thought you said 4020.
No, 4024.
What about 4025?
But that's what I'm trying to get to now.
You're not gonna get them. You got Conan Halpern and Irving Halpern.
Well, what's the story? Are we listening to Albert? You wanna go forward? What?
Yeah.
What? Excuse me? Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. What?
I hope so.
What? Okay, let's go.
What are we doing?
Connie Halper.
240 Hudson Street, lot 108, lot 1, R10 zone, to construct a single-family dwelling with both variances requested from Terry Vogt, engineer planner, February 17, 2017. The applicant is seeking approval to remove an existing one-story dwelling appurtenances and construct a larger two-story single-family dwelling. The applicant is seeking new bulk variance relief including side and aggregate side yard setback and impervious coverage. No basement is identified on either the variance plan or the architectural drawing.
Sir, raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Full name?
Glenn Lyons, Lines, professional engineer, professional planner for the applicant.
Let's go.
Go ahead.
We are proposing to construct a new single-family home with the possibility of a basement apartment on an existing 8,888 square feet lot in an R10 zone, so 10,000 square feet is required. We're also.
Did you say the possibility of a basement, because you don't show a basement on either of the
We show basement stairs on the outside of the house.
Okay.
But no improvement plan for a basement apartment. So we do have one exterior stairs right now to the basement. The lot area is the existing lot area for the property. We are requesting a side yard setback of 7.5 feet and a combined side yard setback of 15 feet. So we'd have 7.5 feet on each side. The existing lot is 79 square feet, and that would allow us a 64-foot wide house. We are also requesting variance for impervious coverage of 33.85%, where 30% is required. Basically, we're asking for R.75 side setbacks for the sides and R.75 lot coverage. From the area map, there are 18 lots within the 2 blocks on either side of Hudson Street, which are non-conforming with the R10 zone. There are 13 lots that are conforming. There are 2 lots the planning board approved at 75,000 square feet, and the zoning board just approved a duplex on the lot next door to us on an 11,200 square foot lot.
How many are non-conforming, Mr. Lang?
There's 18 non-conforming and 13 conforming. And that's just on the 2 blocks that, on either side of Hudson Street.
The lots are not conforming, but the houses on the lots are not conforming? Or the lots are undersized lots? When you say not conforming, what are you referring to?
They're all undersized area. I did not check all the setbacks. Some of them are only 50-foot wide lots, and the houses appear to be more than 25 feet wide. But I did not check the exact setbacks. And then they're on the other side of Lexington Avenue. There are a lot of other undersized lots, 50-foot wide lots, which also don't conform with the R10 zoning standards. We're proposing to actually exceed the front yard setback. We have 38.5 feet, where 30 is required, so we can get our 4 parking spaces in the front yard, and we're going to comply with the 20-foot rear yard setback, so there's no front or rear setback variances that are requested. We have been in contact with the neighbor to the west of the property. They requested a row of 8-foot tall arborvitaes be planted and a substantial vinyl fence 8 feet high of actually industrial quality vinyl. The other thing about this property is it's currently on septic, and there is a plan to bring septic to all the lots on Hudson Street. Sewer. I'm sorry, apologize, it's getting late. Currently it's on septic. There's a plan to bring in sewer, and the applicants are working with there's some property owners down the street who are working on the sewer plan, so they would be one of the contributors to the application and the actual cost of construction in the end to get sewer on the street, which is an improvement to the area.
How big is this house?
9,000 square feet.
The house is 9,000 square
No.
feet in the basement?
With the basement.
Without the basement, 6,000?
6,000.
6,000 square feet after the basement?
It's 3,009 on the first floor
Yes.
and 2,000,
No.
No, it's not.
and
Yeah.
it says 2,063 on the architectural plan.
2,063?
63, yes.
So that's 5,000 square foot home?
5,072 square feet in total.
Okay, Brian, I'm not. Glenn, what's my problem with the house? 6.5 feet, 7.5 feet, what do we got over here? I see yes, we're variance of 6.5 feet, side yard, very hot. On an 8,000 square foot lot, you're putting down a house.
He doesn't have the current.
These are the ones that came to our
On an
office for that.
8,000 square foot house, sorry, an 8.5 square foot lot, you put down a 5,000 square foot lot with very side yard setbacks. You know that's a big problem, yes. I see here 15,000, you need side yard variances.
Why don't you see
Don't you
that
think that
side?
this is a little too, the lot is a little too small for this house?
I don't know. Where do I see where the side setback is? Because it's supposed to be 7.5 and 7.5.
That's what I told you. They're concerned with the area of the home right now.
Oh, we have a studio apartment?
Yeah, what's the studio apartment on? What is it?
Okay. I have revised architectural. It's not a studio apartment. It's actually a guest apartment for the family.
My parents.
Maybe Mrs. Halper could get up and describe the use of the apartment better than I can.
Glenn, whatever your architecture is, the date.
The front page says revised 12/16/16.
All right, that's what we have.
Something is wrong.
Mr. Lyons, which lot, where is the arborvitae? What common boundary line?
On the westerly property line.
West of the property line?
on the westerly property line.
Yeah, I thought you said something about a vinyl fence, but I missed.
There's also a vinyl fence along there,
Same thing.
same side.
Thank you.
Can I ask something, Chairman?
Yes.
Looking at the architecturals, we interpreted that not including the actual basement, which you now say there's going to be a basement, we counted 8 bedrooms. Is that your interpretation? We interpreted
Should be
6
7,
bedrooms on the
6 on
second
top.
floor, a guest bedroom and a guest suite on the first floor.
Yes.
Okay, so we're up to 8. Now, if
No,
we're at a
no.
basement, we're at 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
So we're gonna need another parking space.
At least another parking space. Now, there is room on property. I just want to make it part of the record.
Okay,
Correct.
on the
So
first
we
floor,
finally got to the real one. We need 5 spaces. But I'm not up to the 5 spaces, I'm up to the house, it's too big for this lot.
That's certainly the board's purview.
Let Mr. Monk,
there's only 1 bedroom on the first floor.
And the guest,
Well,
guest
it says guest bedroom suite. The word bedroom is inappropriate in that. It's really, it's a 1-bedroom apartment suite for,
no, look,
not as a rental, but
this is
as,
where we get into trouble with plot plan reviews. If it looks like a bedroom, it walks like a bedroom, it's a bedroom.
this says bedroom. The lines, these are the lines that have been on file more than 10 days.
yeah.
Why can't you make the house 2,500 square feet instead of 3,000?
This is what the applicants brought us. I can let the applicants speak to why they would like this.
But before the applicant speaks, we have a problem with the guest suites on the first floor.
Can I address that?
Let me, I think we best have the applicant address it.
Miss, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, so help you God?
I affirm.
And can you give us your full name and spell your last?
Chani Halpert, Halpert.
And spell your first name for me?
Chani.
Thank you.
Basically, what we're trying to gain here is that we are here from Brooklyn for the grass and the greeneries, and the kids should have the place to, the space to play. So we were trying to keep the house in the width to retain as much front and back as possible, to just, give them all the space to play. And as far as the guest suite, that's for my parents who would love to see the grandkids and would love to have a place to stay comfortably when they come without feeling that they're, like in my space. So they wanted to know that they have somewhere private where they could just relax and be there. So that was the whole reason for that little thing, and that's why the first floor is larger than the 2,600.
For that price, we could have made a basement apartment and cut the house out. For that part, we could have made a basement apartment for your parents and cut the house by 50 feet.
Right, but my parents would prefer to have windows and not have the basement down there. This is more accessible. This is more like,
So you can live in the basement if you're renting.
but they're not living here. This is just a living.
Your parents planning to come?
Well, if they have room, they'll be coming for weekends, and they might be coming for, Untitled. And right now, they would love to be there to help us out more and to enjoy the grandkids more, but they just don't
But
have the
whoever
foundation.
advised you to put a little, too big of a house on the side yard setbacks.
Oh, that's,
We usually, 6.5 feet on the side yard for a half big.
I don't know,
Is an issue. I'm looking at my report over here, where it says 6.5 feet.
You have to go to the microphone.
Ms. Halbert, you have to come back to the mic.
If you look at this board over there, I don't know what.
Where it says 6.5. So where do
Sir,
I?
you're not.
Excuse
me.
Mr. Halbert, you have not affirmed, so your wife's doing a good job. Let her finish, all right?
I don't know what happened with, it seems to be a mess up, because this is the current application, and this has the fence and the bushes as well. So I don't know if you have it here. And this one has the 7.5, you know, 7.4 and 7.6, so just combine the 15 for the R.75.
You're at 15 feet combined, as long as you're 7 and 7, 50 feet combined with 25 is required.
Right, but we've looked in the area, there's currently a lot across the street that was recently subdivided into this exact zoning, and their setbacks, I believe, are pretty similar.
None on this board.
Oh,
How wide are the trees? Probably 2-3 feet wide, the trees on the west side?
Well, yeah, the arborvitae's grow, stay rather compact, but they grow tall. So that's why we have the trees and we have the fence. The neighbor to the west has like a psychological therapist, so they requested that we have
the neighbor
a nice
actually,
buffer.
no, because the neighbor actually wants the fence on their property, and we'll have the trees on ours.
Everybody's talking at once.
Okay. Yeah.
Are we ready to go back on the record? Because I
Yes.
can't take everybody at once.
Okay. So let's assume that we don't have a problem with the side yard setback. We do have a problem now with an apartment on the first floor, legal apartment on the first floor, which I'm gonna bring up the same argument that I gave Mr., what was his name, a month ago? Kaufman, which he also, I did not like the apartment on the first floor as a guest suite. And I said it then, that I don't like apartments, guest suite apartments. There's nothing new, and I think everyone knows my position on guest apartments.
Okay, it's 2 rooms for guests.
Here.
But
It doesn't make a difference, it's a guest suite. I said it then, and I'm gonna say it again now. Then the board override me, and they went for it. If they wanna do it now,
It's not being
very well
used as a rental,
accepted.
it's an absolute
I'm
apartment.
sorry. Right, in the definition of an apartment, it should have its own kitchen. There is no kitchen in the area. So it's really just a bedroom and, a lounge, family room, sitting area.
Mr. Lyons, are the people going to sleep in that guest apartment, guest suite?
Her parents will be sleeping there when they come to visit.
Then it's a bedroom.
And I just said that.
So we got 10 bedrooms.
No, not, he's
No,
asking
it doesn't
about the
matter,
big
I'm
room.
talking about a guest suite. The last time when Kaplan was here, I did not want to guest suite in the house. And now they're putting in another one, another apartment with another house with a guest suite in it. That was my discussion.
Well, I don't know what the plans were for the other suite. Okay, we did get, and I didn't have them submitted in time. We do have revised plans that show it just as a guest suite. It does not have the word apartment. It's not meant to be an apartment. It's meant to be a bedroom and a sitting area for the parents. There's no kitchen, there's no separate, and it would only be used by family members. So if you would like to call it 10 bedrooms, we can always call it 2 bedrooms on the first floor and 6 upstairs, which gets us 8 bedrooms. We can include parking for the basement apartment, as you did with another application tonight, if they ever use it as a basement apartment. That's up to the township engineer to make sure we have the right amount of parking spaces. And I agree with that wholeheartedly, is if we submit plans that show 7 bedrooms, you should get enough parking spaces for a 7-bedroom house. If we show 7 bedrooms and 3 apartments, 3 bedrooms in the basement, you should get enough parking for 10. And we do that regularly, on regular plot plans, all the time.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else want to say something?
Yeah, I would like to see this plan when it gets revised, hopefully, that the exterior door going into this studio apartment disappear, and that the only way somebody would be able to access this is through the actual house.
There is currently such
Right now,
access.
the door-
Yeah, but they don't like
If
these.
you go up to the second, if you go up to the second front door of the house,
They would like
you can either go
that
into
door.
the actual house.
Right, we
from
just
the
put
front.
it to give them their privacy, but if the board prefers it
Right.
removed,
Yeah,
I guess
because
that's.
clearly.
We would agree to do that, that there would be no separate outside door into that space.
Okay.
That to get into that space, you would have to go through the house.
Side yard problem now.
Yes. And as I testified, the majority of the lots in this area are not R10, they're really
The majority of
R7.5.
the houses aren't a monstrosity like this is on 8,000 square feet. Okay, I'll open the public. Anyone in the public want to be heard, please step up.
name is Zev Weintraub.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the
I
whole
affirm.
truth? Can you give us your full name and spell your last?
Zev, Weintraub.
I'm sorry, give me that one more time. I'm sorry.
Weintraub. First name is Zev, Z-E-V.
Thank you.
I live back to back of this house they want to build. I think the problem is they're coming from Brooklyn. They want to make Lakewood into Brooklyn. I think Lakewood's Lakewood and Brookwood's Brooklyn. They're building a humongous house, 65 feet wide. If you look in the print, it's 35 feet high. Looks like an apartment house. And the lot is not so big. It's blocking my whole life from coming into my house. For me, a house that's 35 feet, 40 feet, 45 feet, I understand. But when you build a house that's 65 feet long, 65 feet, I would say, is like maybe 3 times the size of this, long, 65 feet wide, and 35 feet high. They show in the plans 35 feet high. That's as much as high as you could go. All the sunlight, you can't see anything through the back. There's no side from one house to another house. I don't think it's a fair thing to do. I'm back to them. They want greenery, I want a house, and I want my house to be regular, nice, the sun to shine in, and they're taking 69 feet. 69 feet is like a whole apartment building. They bring Brooklyn into Lakewood. I don't think it's right.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public want to be heard?
Yes. I'm calling, and also another thing I disagree, because maybe the houses further down from 14th Street and that are not conforming, but the houses from Courtney further down, as the chairman knows, all those houses are all regular conforming houses, so all the regular small, nice houses. There's no duplexes over there. The duplexes are only further down. But back to back from my house, from my block, there's no duplexes. All the houses are nice, low houses, or even 2 floors, but not high. They're not wide. My house is maybe 40 feet, I'm not sure, 40 feet or 45 feet wide. It's all conforming in the...
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
The Chair, before we go continue, maybe we can suggest to Mr. Halper, there's 3-4 things that you might want to revise. Maybe go back, look at the plans. The house is, you heard, is very, very big. Setbacks are not properly done. Maybe you can go back and fix up the entrances as well. We're still going to need to see the renderings anyway. I don't think it's worth it to continue. They're still going to open to the public again afterwards. We have to redo it anyway. I just want to make a suggestion that you don't have to waste.
Is this because I came up to speak?
I wanted to say beforehand.
I was standing in the line over there.
I was addressing the chairman. Not the
Could I at least speak?
Okay.
I'll make my comment short.
I want to make a quick comment. I agree with Ms. Nuttall, and I think it's only fair when the applicant comes that at this point, I think you're going to get a feel for what the board is thinking. And you have an option. You could roll the dice and take your chances, or you can take good advice and say, hey, listen, you've heard already a couple members saying that they don't like this. It's too dense. It's too big for the lot. It's just oversized, and there's all kinds of issues that we could go on and talk about. I would just suggest you reconsider, maybe come back to something a little bit, more appropriate to the neighborhood.
Go for the lot.
Yeah, a lot. I agree. Thank you.
Can I make a short statement?
Sure. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth?
I affirm. I want to comment to the previous public comment that he made against discriminating against people of Brooklyn. I think it's not appropriate. A person that wants to buy a lot and he wants to build in it, he has the right to build. And if the guy doesn't forgive how you call it in Yiddish, or he has ein hod on the guy, I don't think you're coming from Brooklyn, you should get used to these type of people. As for the only no, hold on. I'm finishing up. It's just for the basement. That's what I want to bring up. The chairman said that the first floor has a apartment. If it's not defined as an apartment, it's not two-family, it's considered a bedroom. But he said the basement is a possible apartment, and then we have to look into. The only question that I have is, when the applicant comes with an application and shows 4 parking, and he's not asking for a waiver, and then the board attorney and the engineer will determine that accordingly to this basement, you need more parking. Is this considered a waiver or not? That's my question. If the professional wants to answer that, or
It would be a variance if he's asking for less parking spaces than he's required to have.
And if he didn't ask for it, obviously the engineering department.
Clarify that, what's gonna happen with this application, because you had an unusually large number of bedrooms identified, I wanted on the record that it appeared that we were gonna be at least 5 spaces, only 4 were shown in the current variance plan. The applicant's engineer agreed, which is correct, they're going to comply at time of plot plan with whatever's required based upon the number of bedrooms that's shown on the application and plot plan. If it's 9 bedrooms, they're going to need 5. If it's 15 bedrooms, they're going to need some other number. There happens to be room on this property to add a 5th parking space.
So if they're ever going to finish the basement, and they're going to go to Francine Siegel to apply for it to finish the basement, she won't be able to use this this approval, if it's being granted, to not have to comply with the new basement parking
The
requirements.
first approval, as I understand it, is going to deal with the initial current architectural design, which is building the house. Now, if someone comes back at a future date, 5, 10 years from now, and says, I want to develop basement, they're going to have to reinterpret the building application at that time.
But they won't be able to use the possible basement apartment, the language that he used by this board, that he got a waiver.
They're going to have to document compliance with the applicant standards.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth?
I affirm.
And can you give us your full name and spell your last?
My name is Adele Yaffe, Y-O-F for Frank, F-E.
Get a little closer, please. And spell your name again.
Y-O-F-F-E.
Thank you.
We are the owners of the property across the street from this property at 229 Hudson Street. And while I respect the right of the people that live, in smaller houses, worrying about the size of this house or worrying about their sunlight and things like that, I don't think they're trying to bring Brooklyn to Lakewood. I think they've said they want the grass, they want their trees, they want the beauty of Lakewood. But when people go to build in 2017, they do look at things differently than they looked at 30 years ago when the houses were built in Lakewood. And all the people that built in the neighborhood in the last 5, 10 years did build much bigger houses than we used to build a long time ago. And I think they're just trying to look at this new property that they bought and build a reasonable house that meets their requirements. The father wants to come see the grandchildren. He's not building a mother-daughter apartment with, 2 bedrooms and a lounge and a kitchen and 3 bed, he's asking for a bedroom that he could sleep in. So to me, I think they're welcome neighbors to our neighborhood. I actually live at 419 12th Street. I have a mansion next door to me, which actually does have a few basement apartments. It has its pros, it has its cons. These are things we adjust to as life goes on, and I don't think the neighborhood would have any problem with it. We're very happy to have another participant to the sewer system. We do need sewer desperately for that block. We've tried every avenue to try to get help from the township or from the tax abatement or any way to get assistance, and they will be participating so that we could have affordable sewage, which is needed desperately for that block. And I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth?
I do.
Would you give us your full name again, please?
Nechama Goldstein, Goldstein. This house is just very big for this lot, and I don't think that they should now have to do the side yard setbacks. There are a lot of older houses in the neighborhood that don't conform to the side yard setbacks. I know my parents live right there, and they are much closer to their neighbor, but their house is very small. There's so much land. They're not giving so much land in the end, and it's the whole house takes up so much more of the lot that it's just a too big house for the lot that they should be able to get away with the side yard setbacks. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close to the public. Glenn? You heard what our fellow board member said before.
Yes. I've discussed it with the applicant.
Yes.
We would like to change our proposal,
Okay.
recommend 9 feet on each side, which would give us a total of 18 feet. It'll help reduce the lot coverage a little bit. As far as the testimony about the 35 feet, 35 is permitted, that we're not asking for a variance for
Good.
35 feet. But we could go to 9 on each side, and
Good. Let me see the new sets of architecturals, how it fits in, and what we're doing, and how it all plays itself out, and we'll see you again next month.
with 9-foot side yards.
So when you-
That's not a
Okay,
commitment.
no, I'm
Not a
just
commitment.
making sure I know what we're
It's not a
doing.
commitment.
Not a commitment at all.
No, it's a separate entrance into that studio.
Oh, we already understood that.
Okay, so are we're gonna table, appeal number, 4020. When's our next hearing? June 12th, okay?
Revised plan.
Mr. Lyons,
And if you go even smaller, it'll give you a better chance of winning.
Mr. Lyons, you'll have the plans submitted at least 10 days before the
10 days before.
12th.
Yes, we
Okay.
will.
I'm sorry?
Yes, we will.
And will you, does the applicant agree that to waive the time period in which we have to make our decision?
Yes.
And remember, Glenn, it's not a commitment. If we decided we wanted smaller at that point, we might tell you to make it smaller.
No,
Okay?
we understand.
So take that, take it
We're
very
gonna,
seriously.
we're going to look at the
The whole thing all
overall,
over again.
yes.
Okay, excellent. Anyone that's here, can I have a motion to table, Connie Halpert, 4020? Motion by Obi, second by, Mike Shigba,
Who made that motion?
Obi and Mike Shigba,
Okay.
okay? For 612. Anyone that's in this boardroom for appeal number 4020, be heard on 612. Madam Secretary?
June 12th.
Mr. Gelli.
No.
Mr. Halverson.
Yes.
Mr. Natale.
Yes.
Mr. Ribbiat.
Yes.
Mr. Inger.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. Hopper.
Yes. Okay, good.
Trying to do the next one?
No, I'm gonna try to do 4025. I can skip it.
Mr. Chairman, if you could just, after the other one, this is for a retaining wall, it'll take,
I must hear 4025. Can I hear 4025? Thank you.
What am I reading?
4025.
1295 Tobin Avenue, block 1160.14, lot 51M1 zone, and additional use of retail to the existing warehouse building. From Terry Vogt, engineer planner, April 24th, 2017. The applicant is requesting a use variance to allow for retail use of up to 12,000 square feet of the existing building for retail use. The remaining floor space will remain for warehouse use.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Adam Pemberton, rep the applicant. As Fran indicated, we're solely here for the purpose of adding retail as a permitted use on the site. We would only, based upon the existing conditions, we're only seeking to add retail to up to 12,000 square feet. Everything else on the property is remaining as is. I'm sure the question is going to be, what are we doing with it? Again, we have no current design or plan at the moment. We're just seeking to add this use so that we could then
Let me
go.
clarify that, Chairman.
Yes, please, because I have a lot of
Just
questions on
quickly,
it.
in the
I have a
interest of
tremendous
time,
amount of questions on it.
and here's the time, the purpose of the 12,000 square feet is that is the maximum retail
Right.
that can be added here and still be able to provide UDO compliant parking.
Correct.
There is a conceptual parking plan that's part of this
So
application.
before we get to that issue, I have a bigger issue.
Okay.
Retail is not permissible in the industrial park.
Which is why they're seeking.
The only retail that's permissible in industrial park is an outlet store for products that are being manufactured
That
in
is
that
correct.
particular building,
That is
facility.
correct.
So I want to hear a real reason why we should allow retail. We have a big enough of a problem of private people driving around in the industrial park with schools and catering halls and Simco halls. Do we want to add more of that to the industrial park? I know it's right near 70, but there is still a zone line, and I have a big issue with that.
Before we go forward, if I can just swear in Brian Flannery at this time.
Please do.
Just so I have.
Mr. Flannery's with it.
Please do. I have a big problem with that.
I do. Brian Flannery, Jackson, New Jersey, licensed professional engineer, professional planner. I have 3 renderings here this evening. A1 is a copy of the tax map showing the subject property in orange. As shown, the subject property is on Tobin Avenue, and the southern property line is the Route 70 right-of-way. The board is probably familiar, the motor vehicle inspection station is there, but that's not on a lot, that's in the right-of-way. This is a ridiculous right-of-way that's 720 feet wide.
What's 700? Point that with your...
The right-of-way. The right-of-way. A2, it shows the zoning map.
Okay.
And it shows in this area, it's 720 feet wide. The parkway is only 524. The desired typical section is 114. So we're a crazy amount bigger. So the motor vehicle, when they said, well, we can either buy a property, we'll just stick this in the right-of-way, nobody's ever going to build there. So this particular property is on the corner of Route 70 and Tobin Avenue. And when you say, why should we have retail there? We have an existing building. This whole Route 70 corridor is pretty much developed. The M1 zone is only on this little area that shows on A2. And if you look at what's there, we have on the corner, you have the turnaround in the school. Then we have behind that, with no access to Route 70, is the self-storage, which has improvement for multifamily. The green area is from the smart growth plan, which is, it's got 2 streams and the stream corridor and the wetlands, so nothing's being built
On
there.
A2, it's the orange spot is what you're requesting?
The orange spot is our property.
Okay, can I see that map closer up? Thank you. From Tobin Industrial Park, and that's why it's part of Tobin. You can't access from Tobin. This is, how do you access this?
From Tobin.
But there's no Tobin over here.
Sure there is.
Yes.
I said, how is it? Oh, I see. I see, no, Tobin. From Route 70. Yeah, I got it. Tobin is right there, okay? So it's only M1 zone.
It's in the M1 zone. It's a very unique property in the M1 zone. And it's a property that, in my opinion,
Hang on.
Okay.
that in my opinion, probably should not have been in the M1 zone. If you look at all of the Route 70 corridor, we have B5, B5, B5A, multifamily. This is the only piece of the industrial park that's on Route 70. The industrial park is something that's further back, and the board members should all have a color of this showing what it is. That's A4.
Oh, I apologize, A4.
Right there, that building right
What is
there.
A4? I'm sorry.
An aerial?
In area, yeah. I'll give you the date on it.
I didn't get it.
Right here.
Aerial plan, dated May 1.
A3 is use variance.
Okay, let's go, keep on going.
So when you look at this plan, the motor vehicle inspection station is in front of the property. Now, looking at the adjoining lots, adjoining lot 49 to the east of us is a undeveloped piece of property, which has access to Paco Way. So that's, I know the board looks at, well, if we do this, then everybody in the industrial park is going to want to do it. That's not happening here. We got Paco Way is on the next lot. Then we have the Temple Bethlehem Cemetery. They're not coming in to say that. The next lot down is in the B5. And the airport road is developed with retail. The property further down has approvals for retail on Route 70. You go in the other direction, it's undevelopable property and a school, and then you get down to all the retail. So this is a very unique property. It's particularly suited for the retail. And if you look at the permitted uses in the M1 zone, and there's 64 of them listed, there's a lot that indicate, you know, you can do the retail if it's part of, like you have with the Ferguson or some of the other businesses there. So you can do some retail. It's my testimony that this is particularly suited for retail operation. Looking at, I mean, the third one is warehouse, which is what's there now, and it's not working. So the obvious, you look at what other uses, schools, M is schools. For this to turn to a school doesn't make sense. It permits hotels and motels, which would be more intense, but don't belong here. It permits restaurants, more intense, but doesn't belong here. Under 2C, showroom of retail sales department for the exhibition or retail sale of products manufactured. So we have some of that going on. Conditional uses, in addition to the above, permitted uses may be permitted of a general nature or necessary to any one of the permitted uses, and then it lists 4 things that you can't do, so that the board would look at, and none of them it does. It says a favorable recommendation from the zoning board that there's no danger to life, limb, or property. Obviously, a retail store there's going to be no danger to life, limb, or property. No objectionable noises, smell, smoke, dust. Again, not going to happen. No untreated liquid, effluent, soluble.
Sliced bread.
Right. Well, if you look at A2, the appropriate use for that is retail. And when we look at the justification for it, the master plan says encourage development and redevelopment based on smart growth planning principles. This would clearly be a beneficial redevelopment. If you look at the municipal land use law, NJAC 40:55D2, encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of all the lands in a state in a manner which will promote public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. And it's my testimony that a retail use on this property would do that. We have to show that this is a particular case, it's particularly well suited, and we have to show why the board should grant it. And this would promote the general welfare because it provides jobs, services, products, and rateables, and that's the justification. If you look at, is it going to have an adverse impact on the master plan and zoning ordinance? It's one lot. We went through the other lots that are in this area. It's one lot. It's not going to have any adverse impact. It's going to have a positive. I don't know if there were any other items in Terry's report you wanted me to hit on. I could go on for another 30 minutes, or
We would agree to the common barrier and landscape buffer. We have no objection. Everything else in the report. That's the whole report.
Board members?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
are you adding 12,000 square feet?
No. The maximum amount of space that we could use of the building for retail would be 12,000 square feet without.
Why is that the magic?
It was reverse engineered based upon existing conditions of the building, of the property.
right.
Where would you put signage? I mean, for people to be able to get there and see it, you're gonna need a really huge sign, which I don't think you'll probably get a variance for.
Or you have to come back.
We'd have to come back before the board, or we'd have
An
to,
application, you're gonna have to come back for a site plan? Or
if we change anything that does not, or it's not complying, this is just for the use.
This is just the use. In all likelihood, if the board acts favorably on the use, they would find a tenant, and then the tenant,
How big is the rest of the building? The whole building, the total?
The total building's 88,000.
So what do you do with that 76?
Well, where has to remain as warehouse, or any of the other permitted uses. It's only a small portion of the building that will be allowed to be used as
the
retail.
rest of it's gonna be warehouse.
Next one.
Well, there's a limited area for parking. There's the paved area right now could handle about 70 parking spaces. The sketch showed how the unpaved area could be incorporated, you get about another 70. So you have 140 parking spaces. That's where the
Calculation.
That's where the calculation came. 60 for retail, the remainder for warehouse, and that'll adjust based on who the user is, and the sign will also adjust based on who the
How
user
many,
is.
12,000 square feet of retail, how many spaces do you need?
60, 1 per 200.
now, is that gonna leave you the balance was sufficient for the balance of 80?
For the warehouse, yes, that's how it was reverse engineered.
Trucks to be able to deliver or
Yes,
drop off?
if you look at the sketch that was submitted, it left the loading docks, it left the turnaround areas, and it added parking, and came up with 142 parking spaces.
And those are all existing, I'm sorry.
When is an application like this stop? I mean, what's gonna happen next month? Somebody else has an.
It stops right here, there's no, an application for retail in the industrial park? Anybody that has access to Route 70, that's where it stops.
That's what you're saying now?
Yes.
I know.
Is this
I can't,
the CBS building?
no.
Is this building
Okay.
currently being used? They just subdivided?
Currently vacant.
What's the story?
It's currently vacant.
So it's currently vacant, new buyers are coming in and they want to get,
You want to put retail
they
industrial?
want to get retail industrial. Is that what this deal is?
No, we don't want retail in the industrial park, we want retail on the
This
corner of
one
Tobin
site.
and Route 70.
Okay, sorry, they want retail in M1 zone. Okay.
When you say retail, do you know what type of retail it's gonna be? Is it gonna be stores, it's gonna be a supermarket?
We don't have anybody right now. It's not to go out and market it and say that we have a permitted
You
use
don't
of
even know if it's
retail.
going to be divided up into 12 1,000 square foot lots, stores, or 2 6,000s, or 1 12,000. You have no idea. Okay. Anyone in the public want to be heard on this application? 4025, please step up.
Make it fast.
You swear, you affirm this till the whole truth?
Yes.
There's no basis.
What?
There's no basis here.
I'll just make it fast. I was wondering why the application, this applicant came for the zoning board. He had a different recourse. He could have gone to the master plan, asked them to change the whole in front of Route 70 and make everything retail because it doesn't work for warehouses, and everything would have been okay. The problem why he didn't go there, because this property is technically controlled by Lakewood Industrial Commission. And Justin Flensbaum is one of the members over there, and he is the head of the master plan. He would have never allowed it to change the commercial, this warehouse space to retail. If lately the planning board, somebody came for application, they asked, please bring us a letter from Lakewood Industrial Commission that they recommended, and we will change it. Not they will change it, but that they will, the same thing should happen by the zoning board, that it should get like input from Lakewood Industrial Commission. But one thing I have over here, he's not putting in sidewalks, curbs and sidewalks. He can't have it both ways. Usually you get waivers for sidewalks and curbs when you're talking about warehouse space because people don't walk over there. But if he wants to put in retail and he wants to get the same waiver as commercial, as warehouse, I don't think you can be a hypocrite. If you want to put in retail, at least put in the curbs and sidewalks like I mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the public?
The applicant will be a mensch, and he's not asking for a relief from curbs and sidewalks. We would have to come back with a site plan, and we would do everything required by the ordinance.
Thank you.
And just to clarify with regard to the industrial commission, that letter had to do with relief that was being sought to reduce. The industrial commission has permission, if they grant, if they're okay with it, you could reduce a variance on the front yard setback. I believe it's a front yard setback.
I just looked on the notice of report, and I don't see like industrial commission on it.
The notice report, the list comes from the township. Whoever is listed on the township provides us. That's by law what we are required to notice.
I know, but even the ones on the side over here, JCP&L, Cablevision, all the others, Lakewood Industrial Commission is not written down over there.
Again,
Utilities.
I know, but according to this, we should, Lakewood Industrial Commission.
according to who?
Even though-
But
Okay.
again, you have your attorney here who can tell you. I have to rely upon the list provided to me by the township.
Anyone else in the public want to be heard? Seeing none, close to the public. Final comments on a motion.
So if I could just point out again, as Brian indicated, this is a very unique piece of property. You're going to be hard pressed to find another one like this. The reason for this request is, again, based upon your location to Route 70, it makes sense here. That you're not, like I said, the property to the rear is going to access from Paco Way. This is on Route 70, basically, and the reason for the retail, we've already provided.
Okay. Any comments, board members? Can I have a motion?
Motion
Go ahead.
to approve
Okay,
as requested.
okay. What?
Okay.
Yes.
We're just approving the use.
The use?
That's the only request.
Yes.
Exactly, that's what there is.
Second.
I have one from Judah Ribbiat, second from, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Gilli.
No.
Mr. Halverson.
No.
Mr. Naftali.
Yes.
Mr. Ribbiat.
Yes.
Mr. Inger.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
And Mr. Halverson.
No. Motion denied. Motion approved?
No, you did 5 votes. Your vote denied.
Denied.
Motion denied. Okay. Next, let me just do a real quick one. I know, we're already catching out. Kahana? 4022 Shady Lane, you go. This is a real thing, well, it's 5 minutes. 4022.
Shady Lane, block 12, by 212, R12 zone to construct a 10.5-foot high retaining wall. Terry Road engineer plan on March 20th, the applicant is seeking approval to construct a 10.5-foot retaining wall within 1 foot inside the rear and side yard property line. A 4-foot high chain link fence is proposed inside of the retaining wall. No changes to the existing home or accessory structures are proposed.
Okay, go ahead.
You swear to
Brian.
tell the whole truth, so help me God.
I do. Brian Flannery Jackson, New Jersey, licensed professional engineer and professional planner. The applicant wants to put a pool in his backyard, build a retaining wall. It's sloped, the retaining wall actually be a benefit. He has spoken to the neighbors. One of the neighbors stayed all the way around to left or left.
There is a pool already.
Oh, there is a-
And he represents Country Place.
Okay. Yeah, it's somebody from Country Place. So the retaining wall is to make your rear yard usable, and so that the slope doesn't erode and water run down the slope. It's actually a benefit to everybody, and the representative of Country Place, which is next to it, is here in favor of the application. I could go on with all the justifications. I don't know why we're even here. I wouldn't consider it a structure. A retaining wall within 1 foot of the property line, I would say you don't even need it. But since we are here, I'm asking for the
So what do you
variance.
need?
Can I add 3 things, Chairman?
Yes.
If the board is going to consider acting favorably, number 1, you're going to have grading and disturbance on the adjacent property. There's going to have to be agreements, correct?
Well, you can build this without affecting the properties.
You can build this without going to the adjacent lots?
It's possible. I mean, they do it.
Well, if you have to, you'll get.
If we have to, it makes more sense to get the agreements.
I'm a pessimist. Let's get
Okay.
the agreements.
Okay.
That's number 1.
Okay?
Number 2, you're going to have to comply with the tree ordinance,
Yes.
however it applies.
Yes.
And number 3, the engineering department is going to have signed, sealed structural drawings detailing how this thing's going to get built and that the wall functions.
Yes. And the applicant did get an engineering report, which will need to be reviewed and approved by your office.
All right, thank you.
So what exactly are we doing? Just a regular retaining wall, which is 1 foot in someone else's property line, it's going 10 feet
No,
high?
it's 1 foot inside the property and 10 foot high.
Is there gonna be a fence on the top of it?
Yes, 4 foot high chain link fence.
Okay.
So, it says here construct a 10.5 foot high retaining wall. Is that in addition 4 feet?
The fence goes above that.
The fence will be on top of it.
All right.
Yes,
What kind, cyclone, what would you say, cyclone fence?
chain link.
Okay. Anyone from the public want to be heard on 4022? Seeing none, we'll close to the public. Are you coming up?
Yeah, I wanna go in.
He stayed here till after 11.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Your name, sir, and spell your last.
Eli Schwartz, SCHWARTZ.
Thank you.
I'm on behalf of a Country Place over here. We are in favor on this wall. We have a problem, issue with water coming into the property. Most of the properties are downhill over there. All the water comes straight into our property, and we have a major problem. During the winter, it's an ice rink. If anybody wants to go ice skating, it's a phenomenal place to go. And we do believe that wall will protect the water from coming down into our property. And if we could get Trump to pay for it, that would be great.
Okay, thank you. No problem.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, anyone else in the public, seeing none, can I have a motion?
One second, Mr. Chairman, one quick question.
Yes.
If there's water racing down and that is a walk and stop, where's the water gonna go down?
The drainage is put in behind the retaining wall, so instead of it running down a slope, it percolates into the ground, it has a place to go. And we don't want a condition that Trump has to pay.
And that's what we discussed before, that has to
Or
be the
Mexico.
engineer.
Has to be approved.
Right, Jerry, Terry, you have to approve the
Yes,
whole
we
engineering
have to
process
have a
of
real
this, how
design
this is going to
showing
work.
how this is going to be real.
Runoff.
As long as my taxes are
Okay,
paid.
can I have a motion for this retaining wall?
I'd pay for the drain.
Motion to approve from Shingba, second.
I'll second.
Second, Mayor Gelli. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Mr. Gilli.
Yes.
Mr. Helms.
Yes.
Mr. Martello.
Yes.
Mr. Ingram.
Yes.
Mr. Gross. Gonzalez and Hopper.
Yes.
Yes, yes. Okay, good night and good luck.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion to pay bills?
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All resolutions approved.
All resolutions approved, everyone have a chance to read them?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to close tonight's meeting?
Aye.
Good night, everyone.
I'm serious, I gotta get out of here. What's up?